So, today we've got another new tower defense game. In this case, Tower Dominion. There is a little bit of a thing about this one. Specifically, it has a strategy guide that you have to buy in order to learn statistics, which is a little bit of an odd one, but if you're like me and you're not worried about knowing the numbers of everything, doesn't much matter. A lot of goodies to play with. Surprisingly robust set of enemies, and they do tell you the information you need out of those. And there's actually like a full set of final wave types instead of it being a specific like boss enemy or anything. There are final wave types and a lot of starting hero choices and modifiers and all kinds of good stuff like that. Ordinarily, you'd be starting with just the 2 Iron Dragoons here. You unlock the rest of these as you're playing. I played a little bit of the demo, which is how I got these 2 lions here, I believe. And then I did 1 or 2 more runs other than that and picked up the rest of these, including getting a winning run with Tank Commander Bert here. But each of these factions do play slightly differently. Like if you take in the information here, the headquarters for the Iron Dragoons is actually a bit stronger than the other 2, and they send out waves of grenadiers to charge down the line and actually run into the enemy attack wave. Commissar Isia here is one of the commanders that actually goes out into the field every wave. So she'll actually go face off against the enemy alongside additional grenadiers. Gerhard here starts us with 5 Miradors, which are a specific tower, and any towers that are next to a Mirador get damaged but increased. I'm not going to go through all the commanders, I'm just going to go through the factions at the moment. Yeah, the commanders of the Lions of Ilski always fight on the battlefield, and they get twice as many blueprint options, which is pretty nice. And then you've got, of course, the Paragon Assault Group, which start with recon production, which we'll explain when we get in there. And the headquarters has different options from the other ones. We will not be starting right off on difficulty 2, because I only barely got through difficulty 1. Let's go ahead and start with Gerhard, because this is the one you would normally have available, one of these 2, and we will go from there. As you can see, it's another one of the tower defense roguelikes where you can actually place the enemy path. Every couple waves, you'll get a choice of a tile. You can re-roll it using recon, which that's that resource you saw mentioned in that one specific hero. Supply is how you build all of your towers and upgrade them for the most part. There are stealth units you can get that are reliant on recon to be constructed. So, it is worth keeping in mind, don't burn all your recon. And as you might imagine, every exit point on the board here is where enemies will be coming from. So the more entry points you have, the worse your situation can get. So you want to be a little bit careful of that one. We've got bunkers, officer quarters, and miradors. Now, this number you see on here is important. You actually have a finite amount of these buildings, which is another fairly unique thing. If you're out of buildings to build, that's real sad for you, because you can't build anything anymore until you get more supply between waves. As you can see, our headquarters can be modified to have some heavy cannons, or make our troops stronger, which right now we just have this handful of grenadiers that will spawn with every wave. Let's go ahead and get a bunker built. Spacing actually matters for these, because as you can see, they only fire forward and to the sides, just like a bunker really would. So we'll place it here so it can sweep this whole section. And we'll give it a friend. Type bonuses, of course, matter in this game. And thanks to our bonus from our commander, we should be giving this bunker here a damage bonus. And we'll go ahead and check down in an officer's quarters for the future. This allows us to increase our recon production or gain chaplains and boosted infantry with every wave. And there's no wave timer or anything, you can just kind of sit around as long as you want. But I'm gonna go ahead and send this wave. And I won't turn the speed up quite yet, just so you guys get to see what's going on firsthand. As you can see, we did leak a little bit right off the top because that split there, the Grenadiers didn't clean up the way I wanted them to. And as you can see here, you get 3 bundles of items each wave. In this case, we could get the Imperial Barracks and the platform, the Puma position and some supplies, or another Mirador and a light mortar. Since we have a bunch of Miradors, I'm not taking this one. Puma positions are very good because they're very good, easy anti-air. So they're very helpful in that regard, and more supply would be kind of pivotal right now because we don't have any money. I do really like these Imperial Barracks though, because they're kind of like bunkers, except they got a lot more guns on them. They also accommodate Grenadiers, which I think means it'll spawn more Grenadiers each wave. But we'll take the Puma position. We can't afford it right now, but we'll be able to afford it next wave. You can, of course, upgrade each individual building. They all have unique upgrade trees, which is pretty nice. And in a case like the Mirador, you actually get more soldiers on the top of the tower, because you can see the dude standing up there. Notice how when I hover over that, it becomes 2 dudes. Little touches, like I always say, little touches. And if you jam a bunch of bunkers together, these short-range comm links are actually really nice. I've yet to be in a position where that actually has been beneficial, but I'm sure there's a setup for it. I'm gonna go ahead and actually grab the corner strong points, though, just so the headquarters here can defend itself. Unfortunately, you cannot control targeting priority independently. The only way for them to have targeting priority is to have an upgrade that dictates their targeting priority. I don't really want the platform, but I do want that 500 supply. And now we have to place another path. Go ahead and chuck it over here. Over here will do just fine. And we will place the Puma position here. Right now, it won't actually prioritize anti-air, even though it's better at fighting them. It'll just basically shoot whichever. But if we put the anti-air design on it, now everything it shoots at will be air targets if there are air targets available. This will keep the flyers from just chewing the headquarters to pieces, which is what I usually have a problem with. Sometimes their priority is a little stupid, though, as you can see. If they're in the middle of firing at something, they won't just stop firing and retarget. There's like a set amount of fire that they'll go through before they switch. You can also get these doctrines, which will boost, in this case, all of our sturdy bunkers, current and future. But I'm actually going to get the supply and the additional sturdy bunker, because we can get that short-range comm link. I want to see if I can make that work out. So we'll just place these 2 bunkers here, and in the future we will upgrade them. And we'll grab chaplains for fun. I was going to get the recon production, but we'll see how that works out. There he goes, he's out front with the book. And he's dead. Everyone is dead. But there goes another wave of them. Look at him go. Let's see, on reroll, gain 75 supply. That is actually a tempting argument, because we're just kind of sitting on this recon right now. The scout hideout is an example, though, of a building that takes recon to make. And the snipers in there are actually pretty good. But I think I'm gonna go with Mystery Answer C, though, and get the Durandal position in the Imperial Barrack. Oh yeah, by the way, you can't place a zone if it can't be accessible with all of its exits. Like, if I jam this exit point up against our headquarters here, it's invalid. So it has to go over here. Which really sucks, because now it's way more entry points. But I'm hoping to get, like, a corner piece that I can just, like, link this up and close this off in the future. I get the distinct feeling I'm not going to get that lucky, but I can dream. There we go, short-range comlink. You can also even turn your bunkers into anti-air with the second Invencador. Or you give them Reaper cannons, which will just chew up things pretty good. They're heavier, but they only fire a little bit instead of being miniguns, essentially. There's so many flyers. I am so glad I put the Puma position out early on. Because this game really loves to spam flyers at you. That's arguably my only complaint, is the amount of flyers this game loves to throw at you sometimes. And you can end up very supply starved, as you can see here early on. You kind of need to pick and choose your battles a little bit in that regard. Yeah, more Puma positions will be good. And barrage LMGs would be fun, but I can't get them. That could make our Miradors stronger and give us 2 free ones. We can get some Durandal cannons. Let's just make the Puma position we do have stronger. In fact, yeah. Ooh, the quad barrage LMG. Or we use... Oh yeah, tech is a resource you get very little of, but it tends to lead to very potent upgrades. Like in this case, 100% extra damage and increased range for our Puma. Oh, I thought these fired in a 360 degree. But it would appear that this one might actually be facing the wrong way, and that's why we're having as many problems as we are. Yeah, because you'll notice it still isn't firing in the correct arc, so I think I did screw up miserably there. But hopefully, it hitting harder will clean up the ones that it can reach. Because right before they reach the headquarters, they will pass in front of the Puma. What we'll probably end up doing, though, is selling that Puma and replacing it with one that's facing the correct direction. Vicious Crossfire is a fun one. Every building that's adjacent to at least one other one gains fire rate. Warwolf position is just a big cannon. We've already talked about the barracks and the Puma. We'll take the Vicious Crossfire. You know what? That'll be okay. There's also these neutral buildings that will spawn. If you place a turret next to it, it'll activate. And in this case, this one heals the HQ every wave. So I definitely want that. But I want to fix my Puma mistake first. I completely missed the fact that it had a set direction. We have wasted resources doing this, but it's important. There we go. Now the flyer issue should be well in hand. And we'll place an Imperial Barracks. Like so. Notice how this is a weird, like, corner-shaped building as well. Got a bunch of guns instead of... Because I think you can only have one weapon selected on these. Ooh, if I put a sturdy bunker here, we can get even more grenadiers. Right now it's got a bunch of barrage LMGs. let's just leave it as it is for the moment and hoard some supply. Because we've mostly been doing fine. And you can see all the weapons on the bunker are firing independently. They do have to reload is one dangerous thing. Every weapon in the game seems to have a reload period that you have to worry about. They don't just fire indefinitely like most tower defense games. Can get more grenadiers this way as well, but more bunkers. More bunkers. New threat spotted. Yeah, and you also do actually get information if you want to look ahead at what's coming. I tend not to bother because, you know, you've seen how I do things. I just do it and hope for the best. But we got tunnelers and weird blobbling mimicos to deal with now. Or at least we'll start having those to deal with at Wave 10. You actually get early warning on the advanced enemies that are going to be appearing. Let's put the Durandal position here so we can activate the steel factory. Durandal is just a explosive shell cannon. Shoots pretty quick. You can get extra range or reduce HP beyond the HQ for even more damage. And it can definitely be worth using these platforms to raise the height your towers are being placed at, by the way. Because it will extend their range, and platforms are reasonably cheap. There are also cases where, say, a building like this that's a corner shape, you might not be able to place it, say, here. If you place a platform here, you then could put the building where you want it, or put it here and have it actually overviewing this area, which would be better. At this point, we're going to go ahead and hit the speed up. Let things play out how they will, because there's not much we can do during the wave, really, to change anything. This is the wrong setup for Omega Axiom. We don't really want to only have one Mirador because we have so many of them available. But I will grab another Mirador. Ah, there we go. This is what I was looking for. Now I just need a straight piece to fit in here, and then everything will be fine and well because all of the enemies will be spawning down here. And it'll give us some leeway to work with. Since we do have a bunker, though, I'm gonna go ahead and grab the secondary barrack. And then we'll put the bunker in next round, probably. Now we spawn 7 grenadiers. Spawn more overlords. Definitely worth having the extra grenadiers. They were starting to struggle there a bit. Give me the supply. Here comes the advanced opponents shown here. That's cross shape, so let's put it here in the hopes that we can connect everything up and make it a linear path again. We'll put the bunker right here. No, actually I won't put the bunker right here. I'll actually put it right here. Because it'll still count for secondary barracks, and I don't believe they interfere with each other's line of fire, even though logic would indicate so. So that should do the job just fine. This won't be benefited by short-range comlink. We put it on one, but not the other. There we go. Get that one, it's comlink as well. This one's already maxed out. Get you a friend. They also now have detection, so any camouflaged enemies will actually be visible to this Mirador, and they will be able to attack them. Because there are invisible enemies that you'll encounter, and they're really upsetting. I don't know why buildings have hit points. I've yet to encounter anything that deals damage to buildings. I'm actually gonna just take these bunker upgrades. That's a corner piece, so that's exactly what I would want right here. We also have another steel factory. Go ahead and slap a Mirador next to that just so it's active. The HQ healing that we're getting is probably going to be the thing that keeps us in this one. I'll just be blunt. Why did my Grenadiers just run off into nothingness? Are they stupid? I'll give you a hint. They're working for me. They probably are. Make Pumas cheaper. Which, ideas like the doctrines that affect specific buildings sound like a great idea up until you consider you may end up with a scenario where you can't actually use that because you didn't get any more of those buildings. You get like one and then never see it again. Yeah, I probably should consider this upgrade again. Yeah. Discovery, by the way, impacts whether you find more of these neutral buildings when you're deploying new zones. So it can actually be very, very helpful. Wave coming out. I really need to close this up so we stop having the random surges from right next to the HQ. And so the Grenadiers don't run off randomly. HQ getting better guns would be nice, but I want more bunker. I could close this up, but it would make a new path instead, and I don't want that. That there. That should work out just fine. And this bunker will go up here, so it has a wider field of fire. Yes. Yes. I debated putting it in line with the other bunkers, but I don't think I need to. We still didn't really gain any recon, so I don't really want to grab the scout hideouts. I think we just grab the supply, because we have a lot of blueprints to work with right now. Actually, I'm going to show off the idea with platforms, I think. Oh, no, that's not high enough still. God damn it. That's more of a height difference than I realized. Well, so much for that plan, because I was going to put it next to this so we could get another secondary barrack going. I'll actually just put a Puma position here, because it'll have a pretty good field of fire. And we just won't worry about making that one anti-air Puma, because the one that's by the base takes care of everything pretty well. And if we do suddenly have a change in that situation, we can always just add the anti-air to it later. And there we go. That's closed up. We have a gravity well, which slows anything in its range when it's active. Kind of useless. Enemies are going to be splitting between these paths, I think. I don't think they're all going to go this way. I'm not 100% on that, though. It'd be very convenient if they all just went straight this way. And went through the nightmare zone we've created for them. But I wouldn't hold my breath waiting for that to be true. Honestly, it's dangerous to hold your breath about silly things anyway. You know what, since the dream of the barrack going here is kind of dead, let's go ahead and just put a second bunker here. And we'll start working on setting up a comlink chain for them. Because they'll have a good firing angle. And yeah, see, they do split. So now the Grenadiers are also going to have to split periodically. Ooh, a frontline trench that can only be built at height 0. There's a bunch of buildings I still haven't seen yet, and you do unlock more of them pretty consistently run to run, which is helpful. I'm gonna keep stacking more bunkers. These bunkers are fun. I feel like I'm playing StarCraft. Just building bunkers everywhere, making people upset. Never really was a Terran player. That's what I always dealt with when Terrans were on the board. We'd just build all those damn bunkers everywhere. Yeah, the barrack can go right here. That's fine. This way it covers when they end up going around that bend as well. At least the Grenadiers only run in the direction where there's targets. Ooh, medium mortar position. The advanced Mirador, by the way, is basically functionally identical. It just has a slight power boost to it. So nothing too crazy. Building is adjacent to a neutral will gain damage. That is pretty nice, but I'm too curious about the medium mortar position. Oh, there we go. We can close this up now, too. Can only be built at height 0. Ooh, that's a big difference, actually, because light mortars can only fire straight forward. The fact that the medium mortar is on a pivot is incredible. In case you're wondering what that noise is, it makes a noise whenever you activate one of the neutral buildings. So you can just kind of flail the icon across it and make noises. This is a decent spot for the mortar. Extra range, extra damage, or... Ooh, extra minimum range. Yes, there we go. Now it has more coverage. Adjacent buildings gain fire rate and detection. Extra damage and rate of fire per adjacent building. I can live with all those answers, yes. I'm sure y'all know I like my mortars by now, so nobody should be surprised that the medium mortar was an instant sell for me. We could get some recon, and then I can actually start re-rolling zones. Or hold them for the scouts. Yeah, let's grab the recon. New threats spotted. What do we got now? We got Mukos and Krilio, who fly. Okay. So I probably should put in the other Puma, since we've got more flyers inbound. I'm gonna put it off to the side a little bit here. Actually, no, because the flyers will only come in through actual entry points. So they'll only be coming from here and here. So actually, let's put the Puma up somewhere higher so it has more coverage. Here should be pretty good. But I can't actually make it anti-air right now, so I am a little sad. And we'll go ahead and put a light mortar in so you guys get to see how that looks. It'll just shoot at anything on this specific line here. Boom. We don't have any flyers yet because we have early warning. Ooh, salamander position. Convert height range bonus into damage. That's another one I haven't seen, and I am interested. Just a straight line, huh? Let's reroll that. Perfect, a curve. This will mean I can actually, like, focus them down to one path. Aside from when they split on the existing walking section. Oh, the salamander's actually really expensive. I should have looked at that closer. It's fine. Anti-air design. I could spend my recon to get extra range for it, but nah. We'll do the same thing as we did with the other one. This way it has really good coverage. And we'll make the one that's down here general purpose. So maybe we'll give that one the quad barrage. Oh, they're actually chewing through this time. Something was different about that wave, and I'm not entirely sure what, but it did not go well. And now come the problem bits here. They're coming out of a tunnel? Oh, right, they're warning us about the thing. Yeah. Let's go and put a frontline trench in here and see what we can upgrade it with. More dudes with guns. More dudes with guns and more range. Yeah, go ahead and give them more range. Because they kind of need it. They can really just litter this thing with soldiers. So there's 9 guys with guns just chilling in here. You can just see all their little visors peeking out. Let's set up some more firepower for a little more control right up front here. Because we can comm-link these two up. And that should de-escalate the swarming a little bit. Boy, that's not working very well, huh? Then again, we've got those ones that are breaking and making a bunch of minions. Light mortar efficiency I don't particularly care about because I've only got 1 light mortar. Slap a gun line in here. Yeah, I see why these gun lines don't come up too often. Because it'd be really hard to arrange a position where you could have them gain a range bonus, for example. So I do have 2 platforms. I need to know, can I do something cheeky? You can put platforms on top of platforms. So if I put 2 platforms here, I cannot do that because they are only at height 0 and I forgot about that. So it didn't matter. Fine, just put it there. It would have been really funny if that worked. But I forgot a key detail. That's on me. Go ahead and put this bunker back here to join the bunker line. That keeps the worst of the end line under control. We are going to need to put more dudes on the bunker. And not on the bunker, the trench. Medium mortar efficiency is an argument, but it's attached to something I don't care about. We'll take a Warwolf. Get you more dudes. Warwolf is similar to the Durandal, as it says right there, longer range and bigger blast, but less damage. An important ping? It is probably not. Yep. Go, my tiny little troopers. Defend your homes. Only reduced by 20% for this wave. Yeah. Oh, now we got powerful host. Final wave contains more and stronger tier 2 foes. Yikes. Okay, gonna have to worry about that. This zone expansion makes me sad. Which means it's time to return the favor. Salamander is in play. It won't get any damage bonus, unfortunately. Less targets, but more damage. Interesting. Adjacent claymores and pumas gain more range. Huh. We also now have the communication relay that gets us... Oh, it's just recon production. I should have grabbed that a while ago. Oops. Set up another Puma right here. This one might end up being an anti-air Puma, just because we know for a fact we're going to be getting a lot of powerful flyers coming in. So it'd probably be important to have more anti-air in play. Slovak Howitzer. I haven't had that yet either, and that looks very cool. And we can't afford it. It has to be mounted on rails. It has some real range to it, though. Look at that. I actually probably want to put it, like... Technically, I'd want it, like, right in here, actually, but we don't have enough room. Unfortunately, this setup's a little too crowded to put it in any particularly great spots. This will get the majority of them as they're first arriving, though. Thanks to the platform stack I made here. Increased damage and range every 5 seconds. More targets, larger explosion. And prioritizes closest to HQ, so it'll always be hitting like whoever's right in there. Oh no, right here actually. We are making so much supply this round, which is going to be great because we're going to need it. Ooh, the Retribution position. I really do like that one. It's a missile launcher. Sure. Here come the bad times. Alright, there's a wall, so I can't place it there. Retribution position right in here. Wait, let's face it this way. This can be made into an anti-air, it can be made to do extra damage. In this particular case, I'm actually going to make it anti-air. Because it really is going to have a lot of it's going to have a lot of air targets to fire on. Ditto with this Puma. Yeah. Give you the quad barrage. And we will go ahead and quad barrage you up as well. And here we go. We have no other options left, more or less. Oh, those are the tunnels. Okay. Thankfully, they don't have any tunnels particularly close. There are so many of them getting through, though. We are dead. Last wave, and we ended up dying. But we got Sergeant Gertog. Headquarters has extra range, extra damage, health, and repair. Gertog's turret on top of HQ, who increases damage of HQ each wave. And we got the local underground, which gives us a bunch of discovery as a neutral building. And now you have an idea how everything works. And it tells you what everybody needs in order to be unlocked as well. Like Air Marshal Trevia needs you to beat level 4, which probably not happening. Let's go ahead and go to the Lion side now. I want to know what Xenoprognosis does, because I've never encountered that. Not level 2 game. No, 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 no. Staying on level 1 till we get a win. Oh, it's a unique building. Okay. Oh, it's a 4 square. Okay, I was like, why doesn't this place Gain 500 supply and 2 tech for 50 recon. Ooh, emit a wave every 10 seconds, damaging all foes with the molecular core. That's neat. This one's also a unique building for the Lions, by the way, which gives you commander upgrades. As it stands, though, we should actually get some defenses up, shouldn't we? It'd be rather silly of us not to. Things like so again, and we'll save the last little bit for the moment, because they should be able to handle just fine. Because the commander will come out. Flyers will hit us, but that should be fine. You'll notice we don't have grenadiers, we just have a commander and two honor guard for this faction. Scout hideout. Yes, actually. Because if we're gonna be needing recon for these, the scout hideouts can build recon, I do believe. So that will work out. We'll go ahead and give this one a reinforced pivot, since we can't reliably get extra bunkers at the second. The flyers are still going to be getting through and chewing on us, because we don't have anything that prioritizes them specifically at the second. We don't have any Warwolf positions, otherwise this would be worth it. And this makes the HQ stronger, which doesn't much matter. And of course, no sooner did I say we can't reliably get more bunkers, do we see a bunker immediately. Which I will take. Sure, just head off that way. That'll be fine. I think that's better for firing angle. Yeah, the problem is the Mirador is the only thing that attacks flyers that we have on the field at the moment, unless I convert a bunker to have anti-air. Ooh, lots of recon. That'll help. And which of these do I want? Because lots of supply would be very helpful, but a, like, screen-wide damage every 10 seconds seems crazy. But if I grab this one, I can grab the deceleration field instead. Yeah, let's grab both of those. That seems like the wiser choice. Because now we basically get the best of both worlds. It's another bunker. We'll just give all of them reinforced pivots. And then we plonk down the other Mirador here. Now we'll put the Stars Call down. It doesn't really matter where we put it, as far as I could ever tell, so I'm just gonna put it back there so it's out of the way. Because you can actually, as you see there, place things on the same field as your HQ. Of course, I spent all of my recon, and I have a bunch of these scout hideouts just sitting here. Because I end up with split decisions in my brain sometimes. That is a lot of enemies. And anytime that shockwave wants to happen, there we go. Yeah, that cleans up the weak enemies really well, actually. Ender gains detection. That could actually be important. Let's take this one, because we get a free blueprint along with it. There we go. Now we can get a Durandal and a Warwolf. Since there are things that involve only having a single Warwolf, that's why I don't tend to go looking for lots of them. Oh, that's the one that gives recon, isn't it? No, this is adjacent building deals damage to shield and air units. That doesn't really help a werewolf. I think I might actually want to put something else there later then. You there instead. Just because the shells from that will help keep the swarming under control. We are still getting chewed up by flyers, though. I mean, I could just start spamming werewolves around, but that doesn't solve our problem. The aforementioned flyer issue. Actually, yeah, you'll get the anti-air damage bonus, so that'll help control that issue a little bit. They don't prioritize the flyers is the only real issue. But it still cuts their numbers down a little bit when they decide to shoot correctly. That slow from the prognosis is actually pretty good. Let's go ahead and get this one. Alright, now there's 3 dudes up there. Which you'll notice all the dudes in the tower target independently, which is kind of neat. That went a lot better. Infantry rate of fire. I don't know if that technically counts for the guys in towers or not. Like the fact that we have independent dudes actually standing up there. I don't know if that counts. But I do want more discovery, so we'll take it. Ooh, is that... Yeah, there's the one that gives the recon. We'll go to put another Mirador here. I just won't worry about doing anything with that particular Mirador in particular. Yeah, that was a great sentence, Brain. Way to go. On Shockwave. Yeah! 10 seconds can be a really long time when you're waiting for it. But now at least we start getting some recon. To make up for my mistake. Make our bunkers cheaper. And continue to stack more scout buildings we can't use. Let's see, we've got Britas and Metacris this time. Take less damage from anti-air. Great, so they're fast flyers that are resistant to anti-air. Joy. My favorite. Place down another werewolf. Wait, no. They said those were flying, but they were on the ground. They were definitely fast. I guess maybe they count as flying even though they're not ignoring pathing? We will take the structural network. Easy, free way to heal the HQ. I can just throw some platforms down to heal. You know, when I have platforms available. We're actually holding reasonably well. For how badly this started, this is actually kind of okay. I genuinely was concerned that it was going to be worse than this. Let's go ahead and take the commander gains detection, if for nothing else, so that it goes away and stops offering me that thing. But yeah, we can also upgrade the command center itself. There we go, 10% repair and some more recon. I keep forgetting about grabbing stronghold upgrades. Extra building doctrines. Sure. I don't really care about the threat reveal earlier, but the building cost one will actually be kind of huge. Because I don't plan for the threats anyway, even when I know that they're there, so it really doesn't matter if I have extra early threat reveal. I would do a lot better if I paid attention to that. Don't get me wrong, I 100% acknowledge that I would do better if I paid attention. But we're just kind of vibing, just doing things. Ooh, I unlocked this the last time I played this faction. The Electric Arc Cannon. Unique weapon sporting 4 directional generators. Its electric arc increases in intensity the longer it shoots at the same target. You had me at Arc Cannon because it reminds me of Tesla coils. I do love me Tesla coils. Okay, everything's good so far. Why are you going that way? You're going the wrong way! It's fine. They also run really slow. Now make the bunkers better because we do have quite a few bunkers. I need to start working towards making enough money to buy the arc cannon, but we can make the arc cannon cheaper. On Commander's demise, everybody gains 10% damage until end of wave, or all infantry become a lot stronger. Probably not going to worry about either of those anytime quick. You'll notice, by the way, that the attachment I added to the headquarters is just right there. You would think it'd be facing a different direction than that, but it's fine. Yeah. Almost. There we go. Now we could get the Slovak howitzer again. I don't even have a Durandal down, but I want the howitzer. The howitzer is fun. We'll just keep extending this further out this way. Oh, actually I should have put it here, because then we might have been able to link these up. Oh well. And this one's just currently a dead path, which is very unfortunate for me. But I'm mostly concerned about this since it's so close to the headquarters. Actually gonna go ahead and put the second Venkador on this one. Just because we have so few anti-air options available right now. And of course the flyers spawn next to it and just fly over it. Remember kids, this is why fixed defenses suck. Is your enemies just fly over them. Yep, we'll take those because they're just efficiency upgrades. Hey, we can finally get a scout hideout. Oh no, they don't generate recon, so I was remembering right not to worry about that. They are fairly useful though, as you can see by their wild amounts of range they have going. I probably should have saved up for one of these two. Either the increased range or the free doctrine. Oh well. You live and learn. Or as the more likely case goes, you die, you learn. The massive slowing field is very handy. Go ahead and keep taking the efficiency bonuses. Okay, good. We can close this off now. Now I don't have to worry about over here anymore. And let's do a funny, where we actually point the cannon towards our own homes. does this even do? Oh, supply production. I definitely want to put something next to that as soon as I can afford to. They'll never expect the cannon to be behind them. Haha! Stealth cannon hidden behind enemy lines. That's such an absurd concept, but actually, if you think about it, would be incredibly devastating. As long as people don't figure out your cannons back there. Sir, we're being shelled. Where from? Behind us. What? What do you mean behind us? There we go. Now we get an extra 40 e-supply every round. Because you're guaranteed 100. And then now we're guaranteed 140. Every little bit will make us more effective. And since this is adjacent to a neutral building, we can give it more range. Or I take that range back away and give it an additional target. Sure. Blessed machine. Oh, it gives it a different gun. They both give it a different gun. Okay. I didn't actually have that available. Is fun fact, in fact, no, I think all buildings have to have you finish a run with that building to unlock all their upgrades being available. Ordinarily, you'd only have the first 2 upgrades of a building available the first time you get to use it. Which kind of limits their usefulness a little bit. But it's an interesting idea. Actually, this could be clever. Could be clever right here. Yes. I have schemes. Who likes schemes? I have schemes. The fact that this just keeps shooting further and further every 5 seconds is silly. I should save up for high ground expertise for that one if I'm gonna do anything like that. Let's give this one the Reaper Cannon. That way you all get to see that one in action. Bunch of dudes in this tower. There we go. As you can see, it's no longer an auto-fire weapon, it's just a heavy cannon. Fires off 2 shells, just bang, 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 instead of bang, 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 bang. We actually have decent field control right now. We'll see how long that lasts. Ooh, there we go. Just 10 more recon production. Pyrosis and Krilio. Well, that thwarts my cunning scheme. I could put just another Slavic howitzer down. Now, we do need 3 howitzers for that one character to be unlocked, so, you know, maybe that's exactly what I do. For the funsies. I'll just need to find a 3rd howitzer. I also need to be able to place them, though, is the big thing. Actually, that works. If I place it here, it can fire on basically their entire entry point. And it actually doesn't need a range increase. The next one might need it, we'll see. Go ahead and place the scouts up here. Oh, that's a recon production one. Sure. There we go. Now we're getting 30 recon a turn, so we can actually start cranking out all these scout hideouts. Not to mention getting them some upgrades. So that should all work out pretty nicely. The howitzer hit some air units out of the sky. Oh, that's incredible. Oh, those heavy flyers really suck, though, without any Pumas. Remember when I said I was going to save up for the electric arc cannon? Yeah, I remember that, too. And then I look at the amount of supply I'm generating. Oh, hey, a Puma. This does not suit my needs. Try again. That does suit my needs a little bit. Push this one a little further away from us. I was really hoping for just a corner piece. I could push this one away from us a little bit. It got a little spooky last round. But I'm gonna be risky, and we'll try to save our money. I might regret my life choices. I could build something right now. Oh, to try to stem the tide, but we are holding. There's no reason to panic. Yeah, versatile fire teams. I'd like to get more dudes into these towers. I think what I'll do is I'll get this one Farsight, so it gets into the action sooner, and then give this one the larger squad because it's got a commanding view of where all the enemies come from. I am going to be a little bit of a coward here and put a Puma down, though. Rather than purely saving the money like I was considering. You know, just so we have a solid anti-air in place for all those heavy air units. So we become a little less reliant on the Miradors for that. Because they are going to start falling off in terms of being able to deal with the problem. Though we do only have 3 more waves to survive, which is going to make it really depend on what the final wave is going to look like. New threats spotted. Undying Onslaught. During the final wave, tier 1 foes gain 50% more health. Yikes! Oh, there we go. There's the piece I was looking for this. And we can finally place the electric arc cannon. We're gonna put it... I thought it was just a 4 square. Uh-oh. I could put it here. Oh, right, that's the HQ healing one. But I could also put it here? I actually kind of wish I had some platforms right about now. Here might be the best place. Yeah. And it gets extra range if at height 0, which it currently is. Adjacent buildings gain extra damage. Okay, this gives a lot of adjacency bonuses. Go ahead and get the double-sized squad for this building here. It is only kind of just tickling enemies at the moment. So I'm a little disappointed on that, but it is hitting 4 targets at once. And as long as they stay in its range, it is starting to do some work. Oh, good. Let's reduce the electric arc cannon costs. That seems perfect. Though I do like the idea of the shared condenser. HQ suffers damage every wave. How about we don't do that? Due to the damage bonus that this gives out, it's worth putting a Puma here. Give that the anti-air bonus as well. Get some local supply because we do have a lot of neutral buildings activated. Puma, unfortunately, doesn't have the range to hit the air that is the actual issue. But that slow came in clutch and saved the day. And we can afford the other lightning turret. Or I get the sanction cannon. The sanction cannon's pretty great. There's the Undying Onslaught. Once I click this... Oh, hang on, I gotta do this first. Sanction Cannon has a very narrow impact point, as you can see by its range just being that whole section over there. But it hits real hard. Put it like back here. It would be pretty good. Or I do a funny and just make a second Tesla coil. Yeah, I think I just make the second Tesla coil. Give it the increased range as well. Have it just buff some other towers for me. Alright. Buckle up, it's gonna be a bumpy ride. But we might weather this. Keyword being might. Remember how I said we might weather this? I suddenly have a very significant bad feeling about that concept. So the command unit is helping hold the line surprisingly well there. Second slow wave comes out. Yep, we got this. That slowing wave and the commander saved the day. There we go. We've got another win under our belt. Both of which with the Lions. Like, they seem to be my faction. 4 fixed heavy Mancadors all around the bastion, shoot in all directions. It also can get pulse cannons, protector M2s, and Aminius M4s. The Aminius being the sniper rifles that the scout group have. Less supply production, more recon production. Oh, that's for winning with the archaeologist specifically. On threat reveal, gain 1 platform. Okay. Now we'll go ahead and go up to difficulty 2. So it looks like that also, yeah, our HQ also has 2 access points on difficulty 2. Kinda hate that. Let's go ahead and show the Pargon Assault Group off now. 5 sturdy bunkers, 1 zone command, or tier 2 and 3 blueprints are more likely to appear. And you gain extra blueprints in general, Eleanor. I think I like the idea of Siege Master Obvrim. Mostly because y'all have noticed by now that I like my bunkers. So starting with 5 bunkers is pretty sick. Let's go with that. Oh yeah, I really don't like this. We might be able to tailor the lay of the land though to bring it around to being only 1 path. Extra supply production or extra discovery. Let's take the extra supply production. Recon production. Like, look at this economy. We have so much better economy right off the start than anybody else has. Ridiculous. The high ground doesn't actually help the bunker here that much. Bunker there. Bunker here. Because there's more potential where there's going to be enemies coming from this angle at some future point. And we'll put a Mirador. Yeah, put it there in case of flyers. Because there will be flyers almost certainly. We got bit near scout hideout. Discovery. Buildings adjacent to 4 other buildings gain 20% damage. Well, I know what I'm doing with all those bunkers. We're just gonna jam them all into, like, boxes of death. That's what I'm getting from this, is it's time to build boxes of death. Put the scouts up here. Because there does seem to be less enemies on this side at the moment, but that may have also been a lie of the first wave. Yeah, see, they do have flyers. Also put a Mirador right here for the moment. We can always sell it later if we end up closing this off by bringing it around. Though presumably it would still be able to path the other way. Could get a nice early Puma. Yeah. Ooh, potential. I'm also not sure where we get the upgrades for our hero from. Let's go ahead and get centralized targeting, because air is going to be an issue. And I'm actually mostly gonna hold off on upgrades. We'll grab the comm link for this one, because in the future we are going to be putting more bunkers up here with it. We just aren't doing that yet. Oh, actually, large squad. There we go. It can help from this side as well, is why it's worth having the large squad in there. And we're getting 35 recon every turn, so it's not really a big deal. Oh yeah, barricades are something that might only be for this faction, because I've only seen them when I've played this faction. But they do exactly what you'd expect. They just block the road. They will break them down to pass through them, but as it said, the engineers will rebuild them every wave. Let's just put it right there. That'll slow down the attack on this side a little bit, other than the flyers, of course. So clearly I should have put it on this side, right down here. I really thought the upgraded bunkers were going to have that under control. Oh, there we go, another barricade, so now I can barricade both sides. I don't want a splitting path there. I actually would like this right here. More than likely, though, they will, when I close this up by bringing it over here, they will just sometimes just run all the way around, probably. So we'll put some guns in this area here when we end up getting to that point, just to keep that under control. We'll also throw a scout hideout up here? Uppies? We'll just go ahead and put it here, because it'll cover both sides, and it'll cover a decent amount of over here once it exists. With the barricade in play, I think I can get away with waiting. Let the snipers handle things. Except they sent way more flyers this time, and now I cry. That was painful. We got through it, but it was painful. Make the bunker stronger. Yes. We have a lot of supplies. The layout of this right now is kind of garbage. Bunker. Bunker. Comlink. Comlink. There we go. Now these bunkers are powerful. Because the middle one should be getting 100 times or 50 twice, depending on whether they count it cumulatively or if it's each separate. Ooh, we can get some bastions. Sure, I'll take a bastion in a bunker. What is a bastion but a bigger, better bunker anyway, really? 50% extra HP for the HQ. Does sound like a winner, and this is the perfect place to put a werewolf. Here we go. The fact that artillery pieces like the werewolf will shoot at the flyers is very funny to me. They'll only do it if there's not a land unit to shoot at, but it still happens, and it's still very entertaining. As one who would normally fire tank shells at planes if a plane offended me. I wouldn't mind the additional barricade, but the recon's not helpful. The advanced Mirador is kind of whatever, but more bastions? More bastions. Threat spotted, which is not ideal. You boys upgraded. There we go. Because we are starting to pick up neutral buildings. Not gonna immediately help, but it'll help over time. Okay, as you can see, it's just an advanced prototype. It gets one more range and a little more damage. So we'll be focusing any upgrades we put on a Mirador on that one, just because it's a better one. Right now, we're in a reasonable position. Not the position I want to be in, but, you know. We don't have access to the Epsilon Axiom, but I might take it anyway just because of the extra supply. Because despite us getting 200 around, we are currently a little starved. Actually, no, I do want that platform. I have an idea. That platform. Reroll that. Perfect. Point that bunker that way for the future. It's gonna look silly right now, but for the future it'll be useful when we close that path up. And as it stands, they run by and get shot in the back, which isn't the worst thing, planning-wise. More barricades and more bastions. More barricades, more bastions, sure. In fact, we can mess with this path a little bit that way. Yes, they're dividing, I know. Put a platform here to give whatever I place on that spot more range in the future. Oh, they've got stealth boys now. It's a good thing we have all these snipers. And the regular towers as well. No amount of invisibility you can get them past the laws of reality. A physical object still blocks their path. No. Try again. Perfect. Now I just need a corner piece and this will be done. And then they'll have to contend with all of this before they can go anywhere. Or for the most part. Oh, these are only one tile. I'll be damned. They do only shoot in straight lines, though, so maybe these aren't as good as I thought. Sad. Simple design, reload speed, double if at height 0. Extra damage per height. And this is what I mean about the you have to finish an expedition with a building. The good news is it doesn't count, you know, it doesn't care whether you win or lose. So a failed expedition still counts for triggering the upgrades to be accessible. Which is kind of funny if you think about it. but these bastions are not as good as I had hoped. So I might just put the other two like on either side of this barricade or something. His four-way shot's all well and good, but they have really narrow fields of fire. And there's a lot of stealth dudes all running at the barricade. Just pop like bubbles. It's kind of weird. Bunkers. Yes. Bunkers. We do have buildings with a bunch of adjacency now. Which is going to be benefiting from this one. Adjacent to 4 other buildings. Means I still want to actually put another building in this little cluster here. We'll put a Puma down. There. It's gonna have decreased range, which is not ideal, but should be okay. Yeah, go ahead and give it simple design. Because it doesn't really have that much of a height bonus, so the reload speed's probably gonna be the most important thing for it. Yeah, you've got good enough range. We could give you... Ooh, yeah, because you can't benefit from the special comm link because you have buildings adjacent to you. So go ahead and have increased range and slowing shots. Because we learned that slow is actually really powerful in this game. Based on what the giant slowing AoE was doing for us. We could keep making our scout hideouts better. Sure. No, try again. God damn it. God damn it. I shouldn't have bothered trying that many times, but it was funny. To me, anyway. Ooh, we do have an anti-air bonus spot. That in mind. Not just stack another... Nope, I can't stack a platform on that platform. It's already high enough. You want to put something between the two of these at some point. We got the anti-air thing and the HQ repair one. That might be where I put my next scout tower or something in the future. Very blueprint heavy bundles this time. I don't really need more barricades. I think the amount of barricades we have is good enough. I wouldn't mind another Puma, but I think we'll take the Mirador efficiency in the bunker. So I could have put a Mirador here as well. That would have also worked. I have the bastions sitting on either side of here to just hose down anything that moves on either side of this bunker is the idea. So a bastion on like one of these dots here or here would also work pretty well. Because they'd shoot down this whole pathway here. So yeah, the next bastion's probably going right there then. That'll mean we actually don't even out the idea I had over there, but that's fine. We'll get another bastion at some point, probably, perhaps. Right now, though, lots of supply and lots of recon. Perfect. Now they don't spawn over here at all. They can only spawn from down here. And we got another steel factory, which is convenient. For all that I got all that extra supply, it's not actually helpful. The immediate. Just get you, like, maximum number of dudes. This way we don't have to think about that Mirador anymore. It's as good as it's gonna get. And their guns just go bang, 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 bang. Yeah, see, some of them are splitting and having to contend with that barricade. There we go, there's the Bastion to make up for the making thought process I had. On the basis of the situation now, let's put a bunker there, a bunker right there. Just put an awful crossfire or nightmare in place. Crossfire, you get caught up in the crossfire and then you die. Cheaper bunker. Well, I have to put it here. Annoyingly. This is actually not a bad spot for this to go. Because of the increased range. We can also increase its range further. Which will allow it to hit basically anything I would need it hitting. It doesn't get the anti-air bonus and have it mean anything, but it still gets us the steel factory. Mostly me just being impatient and not wanting to wait for a different thing to show up to be workable for that. Very good, very good. Ammo depots are nice. They boost any buildings that are next to them. Joint operations launches assault talons to deliver assault teams to the heat of battle. I've not had that at all. I have used the super heavy pulse defense, and it is very good. Let's try joint operations. I like the idea of that. And we will put that bastion in place right there. Because of the amount of closer end enemies I'm going to be dealing with, I might put the other barricade, like, right there, so they're trapped up against this bastion. But also in range of this bunker here. Just give me more supplies. So, first and foremost, joint operations. Oh, this is a big building. It'll fit here. I'm assuming this just flies its troops out and goes and causes trouble. So we get recon production from it, or we can give them 50% more damage and more range. 2 small caliber weapons on the ship itself, or 1 single target strong weapon. 1 soldier armed with an S3 pulse rifle, and remove 1 storm rifle and 2 soldiers armed with a Glory Seeker missile launcher. Interesting. Go ahead and trap the enemy right there. So that bastion can just sit there and chew on them. So they chewed right through the barricade. You know, that's something I should check, shouldn't I? To see whether those barricades can be upgraded. Oh, okay, the soldiers get dropped on the edge of the battlefield. Neat. They basically are just randomly deployed towers. That's, you know, that's actually a pretty neat idea. I'm kind of down for that. We did miss out on the sanction cannon last time, so we'll grab that. Yes, barricades can be upgraded. Gain supply when destroyed. You know what? That sounds like a winning idea. Ooh, adjacent buildings gain rate of fire. That's actually really good for this specific setup here, then. That should help out a bit. Oh yeah, where is this one? Oh no, the command center counts as adjacent to it, so we'll go ahead and just do that then. That'll do slowing shots as well. I keep forgetting that the headquarters would count as a building. It's almost like it is the most important building or something. There. Sometimes my brain doesn't brain so good. Oh, they broke all the barricades. They are breaking through. And then they died. What a shame that they gave me all of the extra money. Get another scout hideout, since we have lots of recon. Actually, no, I need this to be right there. Because we put a corner here, connect that to this, connect all of this together, and then they might run around and do weird nonsense, but for the most part, they should end up getting funneled. Ooh, supply per adjacent building. Well, we don't want the scout building to be there if I want the special comm links. There we go. We can put some goofy stuff over here. Oh, that's an awful place for that to have landed. Thankfully, he was alone, so he got shredded. The fact that they're all landing up there is upsetting. Because enough of them keep doing that, and that is going to be very distracting for a lot of my longer range stuff. Get another sanction cannon. You know what? Sure, let's get another sanction cannon available. Not that I can afford them anytime soon. We can also just keep surrounding this with more nonsense. This mortar is a little bit problematic. Oh yeah, this thing. Yeah, that'll do good enough. It's almost like I knew they were gonna land there. Oh, they got the heavy flyers coming in now. That's really bad for us. No, the bunkers have it under control, actually. We're fine. We're fine. Everything's okay. There we go. Sure, another barricade. Mostly because it gives a random blueprint. Which is another bunker. Yes, this is exactly what needs to be here. Let's give you the Reaper cannons. You will have one anti-air. In fact, yeah, these two facing this way will have the anti-airs. Because the flyers are most likely to come through this path here. Speaking of, where's our Puma? There it is. This still hasn't gotten its upgrades. Okay, we'll give him the big machine gun. Heavy machine gun. Big explosion. Go ahead and put this other barricade right in front of this bastion so it can keep up its steady fire upon anything. I'm trying to get past all the barricades. They are definitely going to just shoot right through some of the barricades. But it should be absolutely fine. And I know, I was going to buy the sanction cannon, but this was a better decision for the moment. We got 28 waves, so we got a little bit of time. Distribution position would be pretty nice. But we can actually get 14% building cost reduction here. So we'll take that. Yeah, now the sanction cannon's a lot more achievable. We can actually just wait this wave out, I think. because of how the last one went. The hardest thing about the sanction cannon is going to be finding a place where we can actually angle it usefully. It'll probably end up being placed like right here, pointed this way. I'd actually probably put both of them side by side right here, actually. For the fun of it. Ooh, I can get another joint operations. Those have actually been, like, super useful. And there's the corner piece that I needed. Ooh, recon production. Not as useful at this point. Oh, actually, they shoot even further than I think they do. Actually, we'll put one there. And one there. And we'll put the other joint operations right next to the first one. Just keep dropping troops randomly around the world. Do. Oh, it's another supply point. Definitely want that. Supply point captured. There go the big cannons. Just raining hell upon my enemies. I might actually give them pinning fire. Spotters would be nice, but the massive slows I think is gonna be the better call here. And we're dead. Way too many of those shielded guys got through. Ooh, packed with stocks of explosives, the decimation position sports a battery of light mortars, but it lacks in field of vision and makes up for in explosions. Might be my new favorite thing. 20% supply production is pretty good. We got the other upgrades for the Bastion. So that was working decently well up until like 6 of those shielded guys stacked on top of each other and just marched on us in a column that I just could not cut down. I probably wanted the other... No, because we had full health when we got hit. I was gonna say we probably wanted that other steel factory. But all the healing in the world wouldn't help if you die in one shot. Oh yeah, and you can see the unique faction icons here. So the Special Command, of course, that's our HQ for this faction. And then the Joint Operations and the Barricades are all unique to this faction. Probably need a new strategy for dealing with this. I did like the idea we had going here. This was a good setup. But our economy was starting to suffer. So let's take Brigadier Kosagi instead. His zone commands allow us to gain more resources. So we are going to suffer in terms of firepower instead. Also a really unfortunate starting layout. As you can see, it has some gunners, and it can also get you 80 extra supply and 10 recon. And then it can get even more as it goes. It's just very expensive getting that first recon upgrade. I mean, that first supply upgrade on it. Gonna have to hope that that's enough for the time being. We'll speed this up because there's nothing much we can do. We probably do want our barricades. Start walling things off a little bit. Tight ranks was a fun idea, but didn't end up doing that much. Because I I kind of forgot about it, if I'm honest. Let's actually put this here because it'll make it easier to connect this together. It's just gonna make my life a little bit of a nightmare at first, but it should pay off later. I just need to build up enough supply that I can improve my economy. At least now I have a barricade at both ends to buy time. The flyers are gonna keep ripping me a new one. There's not a lot I can do about that at this exact second. Other than putting a Mirador. I am a fool. I should have put it where the thing was instead of the increased range. By the way, selling them doesn't get the blueprint back for some reason. You would think it would. Just get more dudes in this one in the hopes that they control the flyer population enough. Mostly worked. Don't really need another barricade. Not quite how I intended that, but that's okay. Boost health. Boost health. We now have a lot of health on the headquarters. And also stop being stupid and actually get these. Paradrones are gonna be more important this time. There we go. That should make a massive difference for us. Just completely forgot about the fact you get that 100 extra production. We could have had a lot more supply by now if I just paid more attention. Because part of our problem is our production is just not high enough to reach 900 anytime quick. That barricade down here. Split their force, basically. So we have more time to clean up what we need to be able to take care of business. Oh, hey, free barricades. Sure. Ordinarily, I'm one of those, the best defense is a good offense, but if they're giving me a lot of defenses, I guess I might take them. There we go, 80 extra supplies per turn, and some extra recon. And we'll save up recon for the even more supply option there. We are gonna get the extra snipers first. His snipers are proving to actually be really good. Yeah, we'll take Vicious Crossfire. We'll put the Werewolf down somewhere. Oh, this has a tunnel on it. See you with your tunneling nonsense. So we'll put it nice and far away, so their tunnel amounts to nothing. Aha, you and your shenanigans. Aha, I say. And I'm just saving the barricades for the moment. Because our big problem is going to be those guys that just zoom on over the barricades anyway, so it doesn't matter at the moment. I know I was going to save that, but that's going to be important. A little bit of extra firepower is going to go a long way. We can work on getting more recon production soon, TM. But then get the more supplies. I don't really need more barricades at this point. Give me that. Because a singular Durandal will be potentially pivotal. Don't want it there, though. There? Sure, there. It won't attack anything that's coming out this gate, which is a problem, but it'll attack everything else. Magnify the guns on that. Boost the amount of dudes in this one. Nope. It's just that little bit more firepower I think is necessary. Like, the only building that seems to be relevant for HP other than the headquarters is the barricades. I'm still confused why there's so many things that involve building health. There has to be something. Actually, we have two different things that give us supply on a reroll. Why don't we just give ourselves a pile of free supply? Simple as. It's a little sad about when that realization happened, but you know what? It's fine. Everything is fine. Got a back line to worry about still, but now at least the front, where the shielded guys are coming from, is delayed. No matter which angle they choose to walk down. Off the Durandal. Dippin' Dots. What? I don't know why my brain went to Dippin' Dots. I don't think I've ever actually had it. I've looked at it and went, yep, that's a thing that exists, and I don't think I've ever actually picked it whenever we've gone and gotten things like that. Just one more forward path, and then that'll be linked up. Right now we are taking basically free damage from the runners. Thankfully they don't do much damage. Decimation position. Oh wow, those are not that expensive either. Oh damn. Oh, they throw weird too. They're diagonal only, huh? Yikes. You know... This is kind of stinky. That's the best position it's gonna have for the moment. It's interesting that it gets specific directional additional weapons. You know what? Sure, we'll get it the left and right frag launchers. Ooh. So, the thing I don't understand is whether both these weapons are in play at once. I think only one of the weapon options is in play at once. We'll find out. Not gonna lie, can't entirely tell. Each building at height 0 gains 10% damage. Sure. Reroll. Sure. Ooh, what's this? Industrial site for supply production. Say less. What? Well, that's interesting. I didn't place that there. I picked it up and then it auto-dropped. Thankfully, you can cancel those, so that's fine. Just that was really weird. Place a Puma right here in the center. Business as usual, make it anti-air, give it a bunch of damage. We'll give it the Paleo Augmentix. There we go. That'll have fantastic coverage for the front line here. They're still gonna march right through those barricades like they're not there, but one problem at a time. speaking of, we do want to upgrade these barricades to at least have increased health. In fact, let's get supply when they're broken too, because they get broken all the time. That just makes the most sense, you know? You may as well benefit from your failures. You know, we'll give it the learning machines, because if it's gaining 5% damage every wave, this one's been around for a while. I should have activated that on it a long time ago, though. But we'll do the adjacency bonus as well. Speaking of, you need one more dude as well. There you go. And this has just kind of ended up a little bit dead in the water, I admit. Because I've been doing reroll shenanigans instead. It's been mostly paying off, though. He says as he loses half of his headquarters health again. Don't think too hard about it. There we go. We have closed the problem child old space off now. Everything's gonna be just fine. Great, Durandal. We can get another Durandal position as well. It's the Warwolf and the other Durandal. Because now all of our enemies are coming from these 3 positions over here. They'll be splitting, but they're all coming from over here. So they've got to cover some major ground before they can do too much. Really wish I had those slowing sanction cannons right now. Hey, ask and I shall receive. But now we get the higher tier enemies coming in. Plus shape with a tunnel, put it there. Let's just immediately slow those 2 branches of enemies down. Because these will pay for themselves over time. What's this? Adjacent buildings gain extra range and damage. Okay. Sounds good to me. Deal with that later, though. You're already all maxed out. This bunker feels a little silly at this point. I'll admit. But it has a purpose. Reaper Cannon will get it a wider range, so sure, we'll give it the wider range from that. God, those runners, though, they just go flying right past everything. Oh, the electric arc cannon isn't a faction unique. Huh. Well, fuck it. Give me one of those too, then. Why not? There we go. Now all of our threats are coming from here, so I can put a barricade here and further delay the inevitable. Aside from the jumpers who are just gonna go right over it. But, you know, one problem at a time. Give it improved sights, now it's a little bit more relevant. Shrapnel. There we go. The enemies that drop in are still going to prove to be a really big thorn in my side. Rather have that. We are so close to being able to get the increased supply. We can get a sanction cannon. There we go. That covers where they're coming in pretty well. The weird thing just got obliterated immediately. that trimmed their numbers back pretty quick, pretty nice. Sure, give us more HP for our HQ, why not? Mostly took it just for another sanctioned cannon. Not gonna lie to you. Give this slowing shots. We can get our supply increase. I do need tech though for the more supply, so we're probably not taking that at one. We don't seem to be getting tech. We'll give them a Reaper cannon to play with. And to protect the HQ with. Is we're gonna be clever. No, we're not. Clever positioning doesn't work. I could put it here, but its arc of fire is not actually nearly as good as I would have hoped it would have been. We will instead put it here. For basically staggered fire. The first one hits them and slows them, the second one pounds them while they're making their way past where they get slowed. Oh, we can get another zone command at this stage of the game. Sure, why not? Because we can actually afford the upgrade immediately for the first bit, so why not? Now we get 570 supply a turn. We don't have a Mirador adjacent to it yet, but we can make that happen. Sure, give them spotters. You would think with it being called spotters, it would give range or something. Like, damage makes sense for spotters because it's making the attacks more accurate, but reload speed's a little weird. Because spotters really are only adding to your accuracy, you would figure. But I guess it's adding a certain amount of certainty, I guess? Maybe that's the logic? Recon production, I don't really need that badly. I do still want to make use of this processor site. In fact, actually, we can put this here next to the processor site. And give it really good coverage over where they're going to be going, actually. And we can even increase its range further. There's already stuff going to be slowing the enemy in the area. So yeah, go ahead and take the increased range further. And we will put another barricade in right here. So they're stuck in explosive lightning hell longer. I like that. I like that plan. So they are just marching right on in with half of that. God damn. Like, they just start getting really tanky after a certain point. Don't get me wrong, I'm building kind of goofy. I don't want either of those that badly. Needs just do range, so now that's just staying as it is then. We're gonna just buff this one's health a lot. Network relays don't really help because I don't actually have guns set up on those positions. Plonka joint operations out here, though. Put a bunker down right there. Uh, 100% damage per height level. No, the rate of fire I think will be more helpful with the Reaper cannon. Got the piercing shells. This one piercing shells as well. Yeah, that's containing them a bit better. Okay. We're regaining control. There we go, that one's sealed off, so now they're all coming from where the cannons can hit. Yeah, that one's already maxed out. I need more recon for this idea, though, because I want veteran squads. It's already done. This... Ooh, this could add slow as well, and 300% damage. Sure thing, buddy. Have fun. As much as I would like either the flak shells or the sanctified shells for these, that does seem like just a better idea. You're already capped out. You can have another soldier, so there you go. This is holding okay. This isn't ideal, but it's holding okay. We can't get another decimation position. Sure. We can actually put it up here somewhere. In fact, actually, we can put it right up here. Using these platforms. Because we now know that they have the frag launchers. Recovering closer in. Like this. So that should work out just fine. This doesn't... Actually, it says all light mortar position. But I assume it means all light mortar positions within it. Not sure if I wanted that, but we'll give it a try. I don't want to burn the recon right now. We have other things to spend recon on. Points at this. We're mostly getting kind of blueprint starved now. It's gonna be our biggest issue. I don't know if fire rate helps the joint operation at all, but it'll help this Mirador. Every little bit, you know? Every little bit. So that is... Oh, this is the last wave, I just realized. So, this is either a win or death. And it's a win. We beat level 2. Marshal Tander for the Iron Dragoons. 1 extra choice during reinforcement and starts with an extra 100 supply production. That's actually really good. Techno-Adept Yorg. Starts with 1 experimental pulse cannon and starts with a plasma fence. Ooh. Tier 2 Doctrines are 6% more likely to appear from winning 3 expeditions. And we now have access to difficulty 3. Which I'm sure he is going to have a 3rd angle of attack. Kind of assumed as much on that one. But I wasn't sure how that was going to look. We could go back to the Iron Dragoons thanks to having Marshal Tander. So far, we've really been ending up relying on those barricades. Yeah, we'll cycle back to the Dragoons and see how badly this goes with 3 angles of attack coming in. Push this one out. Start with the officers' quarters as per usual. Mirador's on this side. Problem is I can't cover all 3 very well. That kind of works. By kind of works, I mean it's probably not going to. Yeah, see, they're getting out of range of it too quickly. Please send the Grenadiers this way. Thank you. Otherwise, that was gonna be bad. We do have an extra reinforcement option, at least. 20% supply increase. Yes, please. We have no usable blueprints right now, but that's gonna have to be okay. We're just gonna have to muddle through for a little bit here. And just hope that everything is gonna be alright. Otherwise known as ow, pain, misery, woe. All bastions all the time, huh? That's what you've decided I need, is bastions that I can't afford to use. Good. Good. I took a risk and boy was it not calculated at all. There we go, that's a little better. Imperial Barracks? Yeah. Yeah. I should be able to do something usable with that. So what we do is we position it like so. And then it'll start taking care of this side a little bit better. And we can get the secondary barrack bonus on it. The gun holes would be a good way for covering this little bit here, but I don't think we need to worry too much about that specific spot. And this is when they start sending, yeah, more dudes that way. I had a feeling I was going to be unlucky there. But it's fine. We have it under control. Yeah, give me the tier 2 Doctrine chance. Might actually save the day. He says, knowing that he's lying to himself. One way or the other, this is gonna be ugly for a bit here. There's gonna be a lot of leaking and a lot of pain until we can start to recover this. Give me the free advanced Mirador. So I can put it up here and it'll at least be able to reach all of the angles. It's not gonna be able to do a huge amount for all the angles, but it'll potentially be that little bit we need to keep them from walking through the door. We have the economy, we just don't have enough blueprints, so I think that one, since it had the most blueprints, is probably the one I want. It's the Warwolf there, because again, it can cover any angle that needs assistance. Well, when it decides to shoot the thing I need it to, but that's neither here nor there. Give me the Pumas, because we are going to have flyer problems. Or, no. Tier 1 doesn't have any flyers, but we do still have the Pendors. But I really dislike the look of this situation. Could be funny and put the barracks up here. It actually does have decent coverage. One of the guns will never fire, though. So I don't think that's a good idea. Wish I had a platform. Because I could put like 2 platforms over here so it connects to that. Speaking of, this is an industrial site, so I do want that. Not really the positioning I want, though. For this Puma, but I'm gonna do it. Brain, why did you forget to rotate it? Thankfully, I can cancel that. There we go. It's very easy for me to just completely not think to rotate the stupid thing. Everything is fine. Everything is just fine. Oh, you can't close off a side entirely. Damn it. I was gonna be cheeky, and the game said nope. Because I think we all would have went for that idea at first, until the game proves that you can't do that. Because it just makes sense. You seal off an avenue of attack. But of course, it makes sense that you wouldn't be allowed to do that, too. Because it is very powerful. Actually, we could place this here and give them the other guns. But I think that's so, like, hyper inefficient that a part of me would die at the snipers here. Yeah, that's clever. Snipers here. And we're dead. Yeah, that layout was terrible. We're just gonna retry that because maybe we'll get a better layout. You know that part where I said there was gonna be a better layout? Yeah, I lied. I lied like a liar would. But we can at least position our stuff better. And by better, I mean, I hope I positioned this better. The answer to that question may surprise you in that, no, I didn't really, because I didn't know which directions they were actually going to send how much. Everything went wrong. And they've given me an awful decision to make here, because I would love that extra supply, but it gives me no usable blueprints. I'm risking it again. I also should have did this in the first place, putting the guns on the headquarters. I just completely blanked on that again. But that should solve a good chunk of our woes, because that'll cover all of the angles. Yeah, let's take simple stock for a change. I'll save up for the barrage LMG is for the second, because we held that wave off just fine. We're gonna take damage this time, but we should be okay. I kind of want to see what the difference ends up looking like there. Oh, there we go. Upgrade costs are cheaper. That should help control their numbers a bit, and it'll be very easy to see if what I'm thinking is true or not. Okay, yeah, all of the weapons on a building fire, so you do want to put more weapons on a building then. Okay. It only highlights one or the other, so I could never tell if both were active at a time visually. Sure, 500 supply. Combine that, so now there's a reduced amount of attack angles. Not removed, of course, just reduced. It would be funny to put the Durandal turrets on here too. Though I think the company command squad might be the better. Let's get the officers' quarters though. For a moment here. So we can grab some blueprints this way. Scout hideout, Imperial barracks, and Werewolf position. There we go. That solves our blueprint problem. So we are still gonna get chewed up pretty good till we can get things fully under control here. Give me that. That there. I like the idea of this having such a commanding position. I don't know if it's actually going to be a great idea, but it should take care of this angle pretty well now. We'll just give this bunker a friend. and it fires over into here a little bit too, which helps. Before I start the next wave, I'm gonna get up for a second because I didn't do that during the ad. And I did mean to, but I got distracted with trying to run the whole thought process, so 1 second, y'all. Okay, back to figuring out if I can pull this back together again. This mortar, where can I put it? Where? Because we're kind of okay here. Probably should put it somewhere like here. So it starts stemming this tide a little bit. So it feels silly putting it in there, but probably our best choice at the moment. We're probably gonna get the underground train when we can afford it, because that seems like a really good idea. And trains are fun. So, you know, it all works out. Right? Right. We have no blueprints, so I need one of the ones that gives a blueprint. Let's take this one because it gives 2 blueprints. That'll be useful. Because we are hitting tier 1 troops now, and this might be really bad. This is the recon production. I'm not that fussed about that. Get the extra snipers because we're gonna need them. Get you your heavy shells. And we'll just hang on to these blueprints for the second. I don't know if that plan's gonna entirely work. Nope, it did. We're fine. I could swap some supply production over to recon production. It's not a terrible idea. Because we're not as reliant... no, actually, what I was about to say wasn't going to make sense, because I was going to say we're not as reliant on recon, but then why am I adjusting priorities then? Silly brain. Close this up. They'll still path some guys over there, but they won't spawn there. which still is helpful. The advanced Mirador there. This bunker here as a safety net against this spot in particular. And anybody that comes running around will also get covered. Problem is we do have two very short paths still in play. I would love to be able to put this retribution position into action, so we'll grab that. I don't know if it'll pay off, but I would love it to. Yeah. Well, here's probably the best place, because we can then connect that up and potentially connect this up as well. So this still needs to be sorted out. Having to do a lot of weird nonsense here to try to hold the line. And if you're wondering if there's a reason why I keep making so many moves that are conflicting with each other, it's because I'm kind of just flying on whim, as I usually do. So my decisions are genuinely just conflicting with each other. Or moment to moment. Welcome to how my life works. It's a lot of, ooh, this is a good idea. Ooh, but what if I did it this way, though? And both thoughts being 5 seconds apart. Bastion could go here. And it would actually have a decent line of fire. Wouldn't be supremely useful because half of its angles wouldn't do anything, though. Putting it somewhere like here wouldn't be the greatest. Like, these bastions just kind of make me sad. This, however, the Deci amplifier, I could have this go here. Upgrades are more expensive, which kind of sucks, but I think that's a good setup for that. It becomes a decent early clearer. At this point, yeah, give me the supplies. Yeah, now we can afford the retribution in position. I'm still going to be putting the majority of my firepower on this side because the intent is to push everything so that it starts over here. And we have a chunk of that happening already. And thankfully they're playing ball by putting the majority of their attack on the side that the majority of my weaponry is on. Keep improving the barracks. Another plus shape. Bastards. Bastards, the lot of you. We need to push this back, but now with this many more positions... Cringe. Maximum cringe. Yeah, that still covers their main path. But I'm also getting ready to build this to be an anti-flyer spot. So its intent is to multitask. Keep getting me more barracks. We won't be putting that one down right now because this last wave was okay. Go ahead and get it the anti-air design though. Good, good, good. If I'm gonna keep making barracks, I might want to take that decreased cost. This works, actually. This will work. Because now we can actually potentially put a curve here to close this up. Might work. Probably won't, but it might. And if I'm not worried about here, I should put the bastion on this interior section. Gonna sneeze, hang on. Okay. No more risk of blasting anybody's ears out, because my sneezes are loud. And unfortunately, with the way I've got this mic set up, it probably would be amped. So it wouldn't be good for anybody. Because I've had no end of issues with any of the proxy chat games like Repo or Lethal or such with me being too quiet. So there's a lot of amping that's had to have been done. And some compressing and all kinds of shenanigans like that. Let's take the structural network because we do need to get this health bar out of the hole or we are sunk. So put that there. Here? No. Scanning. Here is not a bad position. Because it helps cover a little bit of this, but also covers these two avenues as well. I would love to put it in a better spot, but there really isn't that many better L-shaped spots available right now without waiting for a platform to be available. I would love to take the retribution position cost down, but we're not seeing any more of those blueprints, so there's not really a point in going for that. Let's take the Warwolf because we can afford that, and it will be useful. Hey, ask and you shall receive. There we go. This is closed up. This does make putting pieces here a little awkward, but that's okay. I'm not worried about that. The alternative would have been putting the curve here preemptively and hoping for a line piece. But I'd rather close something now rather than worrying about the future there. Put that Warwolf down here. And I like it here. Get it the damage and rate of fire. Ditto with this one. Okay. That'll hopefully help curtail some of the issues. Yep, we're good. Okay. We have control. For how long? Double our supply production, but less damage. You know what? I think it's worth the risk. Because we get paid for it right now. This one's the one with underground trains. There we go. Make all the HQ weapons better, and we start buffing the HQ a lot. Fingers crossed that that's the correct choice. Because the HQ weapons are actually pretty powerful. So, yeah, that was the correct choice for now, at least. Need blueprints now. Piece is this? Straight piece. Okay, go there. Gravity well actually is fantastic news. Put the Durandal. No, that'd be a waste to put the Durandal there. Put the extra Warwolf over here instead. It doesn't matter as much. Since this is our only Durandal, I'd like to have it be somewhere it'll actually participate more. Sadly not a neutral building, but it will still be +1 range. Let's get you your larger squad instead of putting down the extra tower. This way we can hang on to that tower to plug a hole if we end up needing to. That's not bad, that's not bad. We've got control at the moment. So now that we're starting to encounter tier 2 troops, this might be where this all breaks down. Plus shape, huh? Why must you keep cursing me with these plus shapes, game? Right after I spent all my recon so I couldn't re-roll away from it, too. Which is probably exactly why that happened. 4 Durandal cannons would be so nice to have. This still hasn't been upgraded. Now that we know that all the weapons on a building fire together, though, let's actually put these gun holes on these barracks. because that'll actually give them an extreme increase to firepower. This counts as being adjacent to the HQ, so we can buff our HQ weapons this way as well. Do that. And a lot more grenadiers. There we go. We'll give these the rangefinders. And even more grenadiers. Like, we're just gonna counter swarm is our best play here, I think. I'm still getting bodied pretty hard, but it's funny watching the just crowd of troops come out of the doors. Wow, this set of options sucks. Let's make our scout hideouts cheaper, I guess, because... Yes! Okay. That seals this up. So we don't have them spawning here anymore. 90% of our issues are now coming from over here, which is where most of our gun array is, so that's perfect. This is gonna still be scary. I don't like this still. We're gonna put some extra firepower just parked right on that spot. On the basis of that change, you go ahead and have the reduced range, but higher power. Because you don't need to shoot as far. You still need to get any upgrades. Yeah, I'm gonna put you on anti-air now that we're in the position that we're in. Massive range increase because of how many battlefronts we have. Okay. And less angles that they're coming from means the grenadiers will be more effective. I'm absolutely taking the super heavy pulse defense for when we can afford it. It will be useful. We could almost wait. I don't think that's a good idea. In fact, actually, I think it's a very good idea to put this Durandal next to the Desi amplifier. Boost its range. And then it covers all of this pretty well. I should have put a platform under it first, if I was thinking a little more about that. But, you know, hindsight is always 20/20. HQ rate of fire up could be really funny. Like, we just have this thing shooting at the speed of light, eventually. It's fine. We also gain that supply point. We also get the super heavy pulse defense. Does this shoot at air units? I'm not actually sure it does or not. And this oh no, this is the recon production one, not the anti-air. They have very similar icons. Go ahead and put it here. I could give it massive range, but no, give it the rate of fire. We don't have any ammo depots yet, but hopefully we'll get at some of those. Yeah, now all those shields are popping, and it's a lot easier to get through them. Ooh. Sure. We'll take 10 free recon for every platform I build. When I remember platforms are a concept. You know. Just immediately act on that. Made a critical error. It's not enough to kill us, but I've definitely made a critical error there. Buff the super heavy pulse defense a little bit. And just push that further away. That's perfectly fine. Get the Durandal turrets for the base. Do your rangefinders and the heavy Vencadors. Roof-based pulse cannon? Roof-based pulsed cannon. I was originally gonna get them roof snipers, but roof-based pulse cannon sounds fun. It also has a much better firing angle. We could just get 12 dudes with guns as well for this. We just need 7 more supply. There's so many things we can upgrade still. This would be useful, but I would need to put things next to it. We're just kind of trying to share the wealth around a decent bit. His over-focusing is going to lead to me having just an awkward opening in the defense somewhere that I didn't think about, and everything's going to get ruined. Hey, I didn't even think about zooming out. Turns out we can zoom out. Ooh, another super heavy pulse defense, you say? Sure. Put it back in here just for coverage in case they send another big batch of shields around this side. But we'll give it the range increase so that it can participate further out. Actually, that'll give the base shield damage. Yeah, I like that idea. All of this weaponry will have anti-shield damage. I think that's a brilliant plan. Can't quite afford shooting floor still. Actually, the range on the shooting floor is kind of rancid as well. I've committed to the idea, though. I've decided that that's what I want to do. I think it's working. I just get this feeling that I think my setup is starting to work. Close this. Ooh, we can get another Desa amplifier. We do still have that tunnel to watch out for. Let's go ahead and put some sniper here. Get the underground camp working for us. What was the other thing? Oh, yeah. There we go. Get all the gunners. I'm not doing that because I think it'll be effective. I'm doing that mostly because I think it's funny. Now, give this one the Cladden Cannon first because it's been waiting a long time to get that. There we go. This is working surprisingly well. Ooh. Squad of veterans armed with pulse rifle S3 garrisons the HQ. That could be pretty helpful, actually. Sure. Just even more troops for the HQ to send out. Go ahead and give you your larger squad. So much money. There we go. Hit 3 targets behind the initial target. Ooh, we took some hefty damage there, though. That's not ideal, but we'll be okay, I think. Oh, hey, we can get a zone command after all of this. You know what? Sure. Make my economy even stronger. We'll just keep snaking further and further out over here because I can't get the pathing I want, apparently. I keep not saving any recon for it. speaking of not saving any recon, I'm not gonna be able to afford that, so just put guns on this thing too. There you go. And I'll just save the money right now, see if we can get forbidden explosives afforded. Ooh, saving the money might have been a bad idea. Now we're fine. Also, it looks like all those pulse rifle troops are just shooting from inside the HQ. They're not actually running out with the grenadiers like I thought they were gonna. As you can see, all the pulse rifles firing from the walls in here. They're coming out the goddamn walls. Oh, and there's more flyers coming too. Oh, right, because Wave 30 Tier 3s, Metacris Broods, and Cultips. And it'll contain more and stronger Tier 0s, so it's just gonna be a flood. You know what? That's fine. Let them come. Larger explosives. Let them walk into the crucible of fire and pain that is this base. 9,000, by the way, for the Blessed Machine, for the Durandal. Just want to make sure people notice that. How ridiculous that is. Yeah, we are getting chewed on a little bit. They didn't actually get in. It looked like they got in, but they actually were getting stopped literally at the door. Which is terrifying for how the final wave sounds like it's going to be. Oh, my frames. I don't know what happened there, but the frames left for a moment. This retribution platform here. We won't worry about anti-air for this one. No, maybe we should be, as we have the Metacris Broods coming. Extra range per battlefront. Some more snipers. This is such a clusterfuck up here, but it's working. Can't argue with it if it's working, right? Right. Hey, about that working. It's not working anymore. It's not working. Ah! We're fine. Everything's fine. We're not dead. Ammo depot. Full invasion. Yeah, the ammo depot will boost this a bit. I probably should have put it like up here. That'd be smarter. But we'll put a Durandal here to make it seem like I knew what I was doing when I did that. It's totally all according to plan. And now we cry as millions of enemies come charging down upon us. With anger and vengeance on their minds. Here we go. There's so many. And we're dead. We are so dead. Unless we stop them all now. Oh my god. We survived with 70 hit points left. We just barely did that. We have beaten difficulty 3 now as well. Ooh, a mega emitter. Shoots in a continuous straight line. Interesting. Captain Sikuldi. Starts with 5 extra tech and starts with an ammo depot. We have the air command. We can start carpet bombing anything in a straight line. Could potentially get 5 extra discovery. We now have the war difficulty. And endless mode. 100% more supply amounts and reinforcement. Honigmeister Yevdoki. All buildings gain 10% damage per battlefront. All buildings deal extra damage against shields. Not bad, not bad. I can't believe we won that one. That really felt like we had no business winning that. Considering the extra damage per battlefront, though, I feel like this one's made for difficulty 4. Because you're just guaranteed to have 40% extra damage right off the top. Because there's guaranteed to be at least 4 starting unique paths. Let's give it a try. Who knows, maybe we'll actually beat every difficulty in one go today. Close this up already. Which, it doesn't change too much about the pathing. Like, we still have 1, 2... Well, no, because it's only 3 unique paths now, probably. I don't know entirely how it's calculated. But it's a classic move on my part. Talk about the benefits of something and then immediately neutralize part of said benefit. Double the Venkators on that, and you can't afford your upgrade, so hope for the best. Of course they, like, all went over here. God damn you, game. Now that we know about the upgrades for the Bastions, though, I'm kind of back with them again a little bit. Their only problem is they're expensive. Same with the Puma we now have as well. I almost feel like I might need that 10% repair. We can also get some Reaper turrets soon. The HQ, which should help. I'm trying to focus HQ upgrades a bit more now to see if they actually make more of a difference than I think they do. Which right now, we seem to be doing okay. We're getting dinged up a little bit, but it's under control. E-shape. Go ahead and put it here. So there's clever things we can do from there. And it's more than likely going to be a case of I'm going to do something too clever and it's not going to work. You know, I can dream. Speaking of things that are too clever that might not work. Yep, I did bad math. I was going to put 2 platforms and then put the bunker on top of it so it had coverage over most of this mess here. Well, the stars call. Just look at the stars. We could use that. Because the idea is we point it this way. Yeah, this way. And it's got some solid coverage. It still won't stop the ones that make their way all the way around that bend is the only real problem. And we are getting just barely money starved enough that this is going to prove to be a very big problem. Because we just don't have any real extra money, basically, is the problem. Can't quite get the Reaper cannons. But we clearly need a bunker over here, or we're just gonna keep getting chewed up. Yeah, because the command squad can take care of one angle, it just can't take care of every angle. The extra supply. Corner piece to block that. No, I think I push this to the side and hope we get another T-piece here. We do want that HQ repair, so I guess the Puma goes here? Question mark? Dream, thank you for the raid. What were we up to today? Hopefully you all had a good time. We're just out here trying to defend ourselves against hordes upon hordes of strange alien creatures. We've actually done reasonably well for ourselves in that regard so far. We're on the final difficulty. Hopefully you all had a good time. Upgrade that. Probably the better choice. Aw. Hopefully you'll be able to get a chance to finish that up. So far, so good. I'm glad you at least had a good time as much as you could. Yeah, that should have that under control. Man Squad keeps taking out that batch down there, which keeps things in hand. Hey there, Jay. So far, so good. We've gotten through all the difficulties except the last one so far, so it's a little on the easy side, but it's interesting, and there's a good amount of unlocks to it, so solid enough for the price they're asking, I would say. Like, it's by no means perfect, because none of these really are perfect. But I do think this will get more than enough time to be worth the, like, 15 I think they're asking for it. Actually, yes, this is the T-shape I was looking for. Now we just build this over here, close that off, and then everything will be coming from over this end. Sounds good, Dream. Make sure to take care of yourself, as always. I split my words there a little bit, but you got the point. Long barrel on the Durandal there. As you can see, this difficulty is a little brutal compared to the others. Is basically how the difficulties work for those who haven't been here the whole time. Each difficulty adds another entrance to your HQ. So here at difficulty 4, we have 4 access points instead of just 1, which is where you would have been starting from. It's a little nasty. It also extends the amount of waves you have to go through, which also opens you up to higher tier enemies. So it gets a little spooky. Get the Reaper cannons for the base. Thankfully, you can just build weapons on the HQ itself, like these Reaper cannons for this group, for example. Which tend to help a little bit. But you have finite amounts of individual towers based on which blueprints you're grabbing when you get reinforced each time. So you have to be a little selective about where you place them. You can't just spam dozens of the same tower and expect to win. Which is a nice change. As much as I am exactly the kind of person to spam a bunch of the same tower, it's nice to have something that forces you not to do that. And every single tower, of course, has their own unique upgrade trees, like that one getting just more dudes sitting in the tower. Sure, take the werewolf position. Like, all these individual numbers is how many copies of that blueprint I have. I actually have a lot of bastions because I want to start putting them, but I can't build up enough supply to do that because this faction's supply generation is not as good as the others. They pride themselves in other regards instead of supply chains. Yeah, we should actually just save up for the building cost reduction, and that'll balance that out for me. The fact that we're starting to see shielded enemies now, though, is going to be a problem. Oh, there we go. A little bit of extra supply, and we seal that path up, so now all of my threats are coming from over here. And we can get 300 supply whenever we build next to this classified site. We'll build there. Gets me enough to get the building cost decrease. We won't be able to do anything with that information right now, but we should, in theory, be in a better spot here soon. Keyword to that being soon, because it's not going to be an immediate fix. We'll take the double Puma positions. We have lots of them now, and I do like to use those. They just also have the problem of being a bit expensive. on either of those that badly. I almost was gonna sell that bunker, but thinking about it, I don't want to do that, because you may be thinking, oh, they can't get over here anymore. The joke to that is they can. Any of these branches, they can choose to walk down it regardless of whether it would be an incredibly long path. Like, we'll have enemies going all the way around here occasionally. So all of these defenses are still relevant. Just the majority of them are going to be taking the short routes. So you can't, like, neutralize paths entirely. You can just change their direction a bit. Yeah, see, that guy was going the scenic route. Commander having detection is a neat idea, but I don't need it. I'd rather have the recon. Yes, this will be fine. I'm trying to do something clever here, and I just don't know if it'll work. Business as usual around here, really. Okay, this is a great idea. Never mind. I'm a genius, oh no. That type of deal. No, I think we just wait. It'd be really funny to get that orbital cannon. We'll just save our money for this round. Because based on the last round, we should be okay. Yeah. Sure, more Miradors. Like, I keep going back and forth with this. I either have Supply Flood and Blueprint Starvation, or a case like I have right now, Blueprint Flood but Supply Starvation. I wasn't expecting to have 2 games back-to-back remind me of playing Magic, but goddammit, here we are. Drop Duchy reminded me of Magic because of being plain starved all the time. Now this. Yeah, Magic the Gathering is what I was thinking of because of being either starved or flooded of something constantly. We'll put the Bastion here. Nice. Yeah, I have not really played any Magic in years, and yet it's so entrenched in my brain that it comes back now and then when it makes sense for it to be there. This is exactly not the path I want, but fine, we'll put it there. The sniper there, the Dusty Amplifier would be nice to activate, but I don't have anything I want to activate it with right now. Now, the reason why I wanted these Bastions is they can get some really neat benefits, like I can put snipers on the roof or put a pulse cannon up here. In this case, we'll put snipers up there, and then we can get an entire floor full of dudes just sitting there with rifles as well. The building just keeps getting taller and adds more guns. And yes, all of those guns will be active. So it's a lot of fun to have those. The roof-mounted pulse cannon's probably the better choice in most cases than the snipers, but it's just more expensive. His shields tend to be an issue, so pulse cannons, since they break shields, are kind of a big deal. Also should probably start deploying some Puma positions to take care of air units, because they do have some. Oh, that's part of why... Oh no, that drops in from the sky, never mind. I thought part of the problem why those were such a problem is they had the air type, but no, they are ground type, so it's fine. And there is a strategy guide you can pay a little bit of money for to the devs to get detailed statistics on all this stuff, which is a bit of a little bit of a shit move on their part, but it's not the biggest deal to me because I don't care about the numbers that much, but if you care about such things, it is available. Let me actually see how much they were charging for it, because I didn't actually look. I just saw people complaining about it. The official strategy guide is $7. It's not the best. But you can get the Commander Edition, which comes with all of that. It'll be soundtrack and the thing. Well, it's a digital book, so at the very least, I presume they would update the book. And it may just be that they don't actually intend to tune the numbers themselves that much. They would just tune things around them. Because it would just be like the actual specific damage number of a gun, for example. So I don't know, I could see either or of that being true. But you are right that that isn't really the best plan. At least it's not a physical print version. If it was a physical print version of it, that would be a disaster instantly. A Warwolf here, give it more range, give it the cybernetic loader. There you go. And we're dead. That's just how it can go sometimes. It takes a very radical change. Yeah, this faction's economy is just not that good, because you have 3 separate factions. The Iron Dragoons headquarters gets really strong because it has multiple layers of guns it can add to it. And they send out grenadiers. The Lions, which we just were, get a lot more blueprints and send out their commanders directly, which is neat. And then of course the Pargon assault troops start with recon production, and the headquarters has some very beneficial effects. I don't agree entirely with these being unique effects, but they are useful. Let's try the Techno-Adept Yorg instead this time, so I'm curious about this pulse cannon and this plasma fence. They also get barricades, which are super useful. Yeah, and every faction has a handful of faction-specific towers and such. Like, this faction is the only one that gets actual barricades. Exactly. Put that path there. Oh wow, that's a cheap pulse cannon. Okay. What's the catch? Gonna blow up or something? Charge systems cost 0. Gain 1 charge system. What does that mean? Buildings adjacent to at least 1 charge system gain 10% rate of fire. Gain 1 tech. Ah. Okay, and there's the plasma fence. Okay, so it's basically a barricade, but it kills things instead. It won't always kill, but it will do its best. Our 2 Miradors here and here, and our bunker. There. Yeah, we are not in a great position off the start here, but that's okay. Oh, that's why. So I was right to make the charge system free. Can only be built at height 0. Each one of these makes the pulse emitter fire faster. And we can actually have that boost all buildings that are adjacent to them as well. We'll go ahead and do that. We won't be able to follow through on that right now, but I think that's a good idea. Here's our first barricade, which, God, do we need. Yeah, it's a little tricky. The good news is it only can be placed at a height 0, but its adjacency doesn't care about height. I could have it next to this cliff, and the thing up here still counts as being next to it. So it's not the hugest deal, but it's not ideal. Yeah, it's not meant for the light stuff. There are some pretty strong things, like the tier 3s can be pretty hefty, and these are good against shields. Which this faction doesn't normally get something that's good against shields that I've encountered, so that actually works out. And as I keep raising its fire rate, it'll probably start to work a little better. This is a bad example of things. No, they only target what they wish to target. It'll say on the weapon what it'll target. Which that's one of the most unfortunate things with this game, but it also means you can't completely cheese the system by just choosing the ideal targets for things. I really wish I had narrowed any of these paths down, but we'll put the barricade here. Like, I'm of a split mind with that, because it really does make a tower defense game way easier when you can determine their targeting. I always have mixed feelings about that. Yeah, no, we lose here. This was just such a dog shit layout. There was nothing I was really going to be able to do with that, and with the tools I was provided. And it really does feel like your economy is very, very important, and not everything gives you options for better economy. This is also not great. This is going to be harder to close off. But let's get the orbital relay this time, because I forgot that they use tech for these, not supply. This is what I get for bouncing around the factions too much, is I forget some of the unique things about the factions. Health. Don't need those. Yeah, exactly. Sometimes you just get unlucky. Since I now know that I want to put things around this, up here is probably a good enough spot for it. Because this is all hilly and you can't fit anything there. This is a good spot for this bunker, because it'll fire into over here a little bit too. This is going to be an issue over here, but hopefully we'll be okay for a little while. Yeah, I'm betting that this guy just kind of sucks at the beginning and then becomes better later, like when he can put his plasma fence down. You want the free charge systems, just so I'm not draining my resources placing them. Oh, I'm an idiot. This whole layer over here is not height 0, so it can't actually place more than one of those. Brain, please. Why won't you work with me sometimes, Brain? It's fine. We will just use those charge systems for other things. It just means that this pulse cannon's gonna be garbage. And that's just how it goes sometimes. Sure, why not? I can thankfully just place it anywhere. So here, you can have a pulse system. There you go, have some free rate of fire, why not? And we'll put the barricade over here to help this mess out, since this is a really short path with basically nothing guarding it. In particular. And they send everything the other paths instead. Of course they do. Need more supplies. We'll just turbocharge this Mirador team here. These guys and their rifles have now got experimental pulse technology, making their bolt-action rifles better. Because, you know, that makes sense, doesn't it? Nothing wrong with this logic at all. It helps a lot. Like, with how much of a mess this setup is right now, it probably is a game changer. Like, we're not taking a ton of damage each round most of the time, but the 40% is just filling it all back up. The scout hideouts would be nice, but I want the barricade. Because the more of these I can just block up, the more time I have for everything. I really do need to start saving money for more towers, though. Because, like, that time we only took, like, 28 damage. That was actually a really good wave. And barricade spam is really just kind of a very stupid thing that this faction is allowed to do. And probably shouldn't be allowed to do. Because you can even upgrade the barricades. You can actually just give your HQ a stupid amount of hit points because of the 30% more health for the HQ from each barricade. Like, if they were thinking in terms of balancing this game, I don't think they achieved that. There's some very wacky, out-of-balance ideas in here. Which, me personally, I'm fine with that because it's a single-player game. It doesn't have to care about balance. But some people may get upset about it, not about the factions not being balanced with each other. And maybe it's a mentality thing, but it really does feel like the Lions are the worst faction in this game. Because they get no economy benefits and their troops only help out for so long. But I'm sure there's like a key factor to that I'm missing. And certain commanders of their group do a lot better, like the tank commander I haven't shown you guys yet. Does very well because he starts with a tank. You know, it kind of makes a big difference when you just have a goddamn tank. I can't really make use of this right now. Hey there, Gab. Hope you're doing well. Let's go ahead and upgrade these all. In fact, let's give them reusable parts because that'll give us 10 supply whenever these barricades are broken. So it actually will benefit me if they break those barricades. Which they won't really be doing yet, but later on they will be chewing through those barricades like they're nothing. These supply choices really suck. I wish I had something else. Do that. See if we can close this up. On the bright side, with all these charge things, I can just kind of start building gun positions and use them to, like, surround weapons. Downside is I'm going to end up with a bunch of them piling up half the time. I'd like to use the range bonus on this thing, but it's just not in a good position right now. And again, this area doesn't have much defense either, though, so put a Mirador there. Put a charge thing there. That'll help. Them some soldiers. There we go. Because that's also the only path that doesn't have a barricade yet. So that helps contain things a little bit. Hey, speaking of barricades. Yes, yes, the higher tier troops are here, I know. And they'll even give you a warning about what the most dangerous one in there can do. Like, we now have enemies that divide coming up. Barricade there. Can't afford to do anything else, but at least we have a barricade. Oh, actually, I can fit a charge spot there too, actually. There we go. Now we've used up all the charge things we've built up. The decimation position, which is a unique building for this group. Just a ton of mortars. They're T-shape. Stop giving me these T-shapes. 50% extra health for the HQ is nice. That's not a great position for you. This, however, when you're surrounded by the charge boosts, yes. Because if each of... Yeah. Oh, then again, it says at least one charge system, so I don't know if they stack. It gets better because it can get frag launchers that make it fire on either side of it instead of weird diagonals. But yeah, the weird diagonals on this are a nightmare. They are awful to work with, but they're funny. Right now, it's literally only going to hit enemies that are over here and over here. It's a great meme, but boy, is it kind of awful to work with. Yeah, extra supply. Like, if I give it these frag launchers, you'll notice it now has an attack area like this, which is still not ideal with where I've placed it, but at least it hits here now too, and hits it over here a little bit, because each of these weapons fire independently. And we can also give it this, which helps this weapon a little bit, like it attacks here now. That's just how jank and awkward that weapon is. Yeah, exactly. The independent weapon firing is really neat. It's honestly saved this game. It's particularly good with the blue faction because you can stack 3 separate weapon systems on your HQ and just laugh all the way into the bank. There we go. And close that up. Reduce the amount of directions things are coming from. And we're just gonna throw an extra barricade over here because this is still really short run for them and I don't like it. Warwolf will go down here. It's already got a charge system next to it. 3 targets per impact could actually be a big deal for that. Yeah, exactly. Like, there's a lot of low ground here that I can use the charge systems with. I just don't have the right weapons nor enough money to really leverage them entirely yet. Structural network's another stupid thing I can use with that, though. Is since I heal 100 every time I place a building, I can just chuck charge systems around for free health. It's a little stupid. It's a little stupid. This is already done upgrading. Yeah, exactly. Go ahead and put a second heavy Vencador on here. This just has 2 guns now instead of 1, but it does prioritize air targets now. Well, that's what I mean, is it's stupid in that it adds extra fiddle that doesn't need to be there. If it was designed differently, you could avoid needing to have fiddle like that, but I'm fine with the fiddle being there. Ooh, we can finally play with the air command, if I could ever have enough to afford that. Like, maybe stupid's the wrong word, but it gets the idea across that I'm trying to get across. This fires long range, so let's put it probably back here somewhere. No. It would actually be really well off there, but it can't go there because there's something there already. And you can sell towers if you decide you don't want something where you have it. But you don't get the blueprint back. I might hold on to this till I get some platforms so I can level some of the ground here a little bit. This is probably the best spot it's got. No, it'll actually work just fine here. We'll put it there. Give it some friends. We'll give it some shorter fuses so it covers more of the ground here. And it'll gain damage and rate of fire per adjacent building. So actually we want to put another random charge system there. That's a lot of lights. Speaking of, when we have a little bit more money, I can give the barricade a network relay to make it shoot even faster. Go, fastest mortar in the world. Cleanse the world of this filth. So many blueprints and so little money. So I'm just not getting anything else that increases my supply intake. I really need to push this path out further. It's either of these going out further would be nice. Nope, the blueprints are stuck there. You have a blueprint, it's gonna sit there until you do something with it. Which is why sometimes if you end up with something you need next to a bad blueprint, you're just gonna have a bad blueprint sitting there. Game just goes sucks to suck and tells you to move on with your life. And none of these are useless, they're just not what I was looking for. Or in the case of the situation at hand for the most part right now, too expensive to really make use of. Put Durandal there. It's really nice of them to be focusing on that path in particular so much. Building HP... Yeah, because that'll make the barricade stronger. Push... Oh no, this is... We need this here, actually. Because then I can put the corner on there and clean this up. And this doesn't require supply, so it'll be very helpful to have. Place the snipers. Upgrade the snipers. And they'll have slowing attacks now, so they'll be very helpful. And they can have their own little charge system right on the floor next to them. And mind you, this hasn't been out that long. Things like recycling blueprints and such may be quality of life patches that happen in the future. I think we're okay just going with what we have now. Yeah, they're just coming out of that one tunnel and just getting vaporized over and over again now. Grab another scout hideout. I do really think this game could do with some more means of generating resources that are available to all the factions, but there is a zone command that I've seen that looks like every faction can get it, and it just sometimes really just doesn't like to show up. That can give you some more economy. It just really hates showing up, so it just is a bit of an issue there. Really unfortunate that this Desi amplifier is in such a garbage position. That's my own fault for putting it there. And I could have re-rolled the tile using my recon, but I would like to keep my recon for the time being. Specifically so I can keep spawning more snipers instead. So I can keep hanging on to my money so that I can do things like this. Actually get more effective defenses out. Yeah, because I knew it wasn't gonna last forever and they were gonna start attacking from other angles soon. Ooh, joint operations are fun. How these work is it launches this flying machine you see here and drops off some soldiers that basically function as temporary towers in random locations. They'll launch flares that'll show you where they're gonna go. You can also make them stronger with recon. You can make them generate recon. Give them a bunch of different weapons. It's neat stuff. Yeah, I've been getting really lucky on barricade spawns. Go ahead and throw that over there for fun. And honestly, the barricade spawns are half the reason why this is still alive right now, is we've been having a lot of unfortunate results otherwise. Sure, I'll take another decimation position for fun. Because up until this point in the game, we've really just been so supply starved, we would have been dead by now. Oh, otherwise, I don't want... They're covering the reroll button with the they're coming out of a tunnel thing. So I guess I just can't reroll this. Okay. That's interesting. Oh, right, this is just a proto turret. Not really gonna use that at the minute. Position. These angles are not gonna be great for you with where we reach right now. I'll just leave you alone now. You know what? We'll save for the air command. We'll save up money for the air command. This might backfire miserably, but it'll be funny. I want to see the air command in action because we've not gotten it yet. I have also not seen those explosive balloons before, and I don't like that. Nope, kill them. Okay. Hey, the zone command I was talking about that we kind of desperately need. So not as much anymore because we actually have money coming in from killing now, but, you know, take what you can get. I could afford both the zone command and the air command, but I wouldn't be able to upgrade the zone command in a meaningful way. How does this work? This is like the only place it's gonna fit. Okay, it generates a lot of discovery or a lot of reconnaissance. Oh, I see. So this will direct the bombers as to where they're gonna bomb. This is a solid spot for them to bomb. This whole line right here seems pretty good. Just hit that whole line. I assume it'll take them time to hit there. We'll at least build the zone command. I doubt this will have an effect on either of these, but sure, put chargers around just so we don't end up with too many of them stacked up sitting around. But you see what I mean about the barricades starting to not last very long, though they lasted through this one. Just the previous round, they got immediately eaten. Oh, I get to play with the Omega emitter now, too, because I only unlocked that after the last attempt with this faction as well. Ooh, I can get supply production this way. Very good. We'll go ahead and grab that, because we weren't going to be able to afford the supply production over here. Because it's 900 to get 80 supply first time, and then it's 300 recon for the next one, and 4 tech for the last one. Which is the other reason why zone controls don't actually give you the biggest benefits necessarily. But it's the only economy some factions seem to get, quickly at least. And I can't even say it's that quick. Okay, yeah, the bombers do take a little bit. But once they start going, they start really going. Not too bad. Thankfully, that balloon just got lost. Hey, look, 3 more barricades. I do think they may want to consider the barricades a little bit more, like maybe make some changes with those, because it's very easy to just have a pile of them like this. I don't know really what to suggest to fix that. Like, limiting them I don't think would feel that good, because you could still end up getting more of them than you'd be allowed to use in situations like that, which would really suck. I don't know. Ooh, extra damage and their upgrades cost less. Those are all pretty good. The fact that this buffs adjacent buildings makes me sad about where I placed it, but it's fine. We'll just make it focus on its own power. In fact, you know what? Let's put a barricade here so that if they do start heading this way, they'll get stuck there so that the laser has more time to work on them. Well, it worked according to plan to a point. The laser is neat, though. I like the laser. It just didn't fire quite the way I thought it would. I was expecting straight across immediately, and it holds for a second, not it cuts across the ground. For every pulse defense... Yeah. For every pulse defense is useful. And we'll just keep littering the field with barricades. Because I can, so why not? Sounds good, Dream. Hopefully you'll be able to have a good night tonight. Get plenty of rest. And thank you again for the raid. It's always good to see you. Here would actually be a decent position for a bastion. Just in case they choose to go this way. It's not the ideal position because it's not going to do as much as I would like, but it'll be helpful. Sure. Okay, they actually landed the troops in a decent position. Sometimes they just land in the dumbest places. And we're dead! Once again, going from the, oh, everything's going perfectly fine, everything's great, dead. So I was definitely reaching fuck around point at that point, rather than taking it seriously, which is why I got punished for it. I do think I want to stick with Paragon because they do just have such good economy. Right off the top, just who do I want? Hisagi is the one we won with before, because starting with his own command is kind of helpful. I do want to actually use that plasma defense, just I could not get the economy high enough up. We could try the extra tech of Captain Sicoldi here. And an ammo depot might be fun to start with. Sure. Because the extra starting tech basically means I can buy the economy upgrades without needing to think too much about it. No, I need the health. Now I have to think about how to arrange this in a way that I can block 4 paths with 3 guns. Like, I really do feel like the best call probably is actually playing the Dragoons for this situation, just because of the fact that their HQ can defend itself much better. But I like the extra economy we start with here. So I'm torn back and forth on that. The ideal choice might actually be the one we beat level 3 with, which was the one that starts with similar economy to this, but is a Dragoon, so they have the boosted HQ. So you can kind of best of both worlds it. Cover all of this, you cover all of that. Technically, the bunker doesn't have to cover a spot. So I'm actually going to hang on to the bunker for now and see if we can get away with this idea. where we just put 3 dudes in each of these towers and hope for the best. Because they have the coverage, they just might not have the firepower. Yeah, okay. That actually works decently. So how about starting with 4 barricades? You know what? Okay, game. You want me to have barricades? I'll have barricades. This is fine. So how about we just put one on all 4 sides of our HQ? This way we have the supply to afford to do things. I don't really care about the gain a platform thing, though it might actually become useful. But this way we can actually do the joke I was talking about. There we go. We have complete defense. Now, if only we had any offense to speak of. But thankfully all the little trash mobs aren't gonna be able to get through the barricade, so those guns can actually hold. Give me the Mirador. Put that over here for more coverage. The flyers are gonna be the biggest issue, but that's why I have the repair drone, is making up for flyer deficit. No. Oh, this is actually a tough choice. Because technically the HQ healing 100 every time I place a building would do similar things to these. But since we have the repair drone, I think this is the worst of the 3. It's mostly a choice between these 2. Because you gain 1,000 hit points and then you gain 10% on top of that. Or you just get 25%. I think I'm going to take this just for the supply, though. Really wish I had these things set up better for an ammo depot to be useful to them. It's fine. Now all of these have their level 2 upgrades. Biggest problem is, which direction do I point a bunker? And the problem is, I can't really determine where they're going to be attacking from, direction-wise. Like, we know what they're sending, but we don't know where, how many, etc. So it's a little bit of a crapshoot. With the amount of recon we have, I'll actually take the supply from rerolls. That can actually really help our economy a lot. Probably should have placed this like over here, even though it would have less range, so we could put the ammo depot there. But they can have their extra gunners. That'll work out decently. Now we should start buying more expensive blueprints. Now that we have enough money coming in to actually make them happen. I don't really want the blueprint, but I want the joint operations. Just go that way. It's very interesting just having rifle army here. Like, no fancy towers, no fancy extra guns, just guys with guns in hands. So this is gonna change now, because it's gonna have to change. It just amuses me. Platform there. You can actually ammo depot scouts this way. 20% damage and rate of fire. You know what? Let's try the mine launcher. I don't think I've ever used it. You know what? for fun, many mine launchers. Ooh, extra range to adjacent buildings. Sure. Now the snipers can snipe the everything. Yeah, that works. That works. Pair of Durandals. Yeah. Seems like a winning idea, actually. With all these pluses. Oh, wait. I'm doing something very silly here, and I'm still confused that it's even working at all. So this is definitely a case of the healing keeping us alive. I just kind of want to see whether I can just keep that ball rolling, though. So based on the fact that they're not giving me any more Miradors, that plan's not really gonna happen. Can't really do, like, an all-arrow tower setup, essentially. Because it just won't let us. A mortar somewhere. Sure. There. You know, I get the distinct feeling they want me to have some more recon. Ooh. Supply production. It's a shame that it's only got 2 places next to it, but maybe if we get one of those non-path places, we can put it over here. I just don't have anything I want to put over there at the second that I can afford. That would actually be like a decent spot for joint operations, or something with like incredibly long range to just chill there up on this hill. I don't know what I want to do. I do know I want you to have a larger squad, though. Since, you know, we're kind of relying on them having all that benefit. Look at all those mines being spewed all over the floor, too. Just the whole place is getting coated in mines. Sure, a Bastion and tier 2s. Oh, right, this is wider. Doesn't fit. No. I forgot. Yeah, and that actually loses too much of its range. I don't want that there. Sad. All of the extra economy in the world, and I can't have it. Well, this is a good spot for the Bastion to be, right there. So it has 3 out of 4 angles where it fires decently. I could have put it here, too, which would have been solid enough. But we've been getting a decent amount through here, I think. I say now no longer being sure of that statement. In fact, you can cancel when you place something. So what we can do... we'll put the platform here. No, put it there. Now it gets a range extension, which will help the other effects we're going to put on it. And then we'll give it high ground expertise so it does bonus damage. And it actually can reach all the way over there on occasion. Why I pointed at the screen like people could see that is beyond me. Hey, a Mirador. There we go. And to think I was ignoring Miradors before, and now I'm trying to leverage them as much as possible because it's funny to me. Your high ground expertise. Since they have stealth guys, though, I do want to leverage things that have detection. So it actually ended up working out in my favor. Or having so many Miradors. 50% extra HQ HP. Sure, we'll put the Mirador there then. More health. It can sometimes be hard to tell the steel factories apart. One heals the HQ and one gives you more health. We really don't have the economy for Puma positions to be that good is the problem. We're still struggle bussing along as far as money goes. You know what? Just gonna relegate a bunker over here just to giving me at least some supply protection from this. We just won't worry about upgrading it because it's probably not gonna see much action. If we get another sniper camp, I'll probably put them up here, because they'll at least be able to reach some stuff from there. It won't be ideal. Oh hey, the bunker actually got to see some action because they happened to run by there. Pivoting into some more recon production actually might pay off, so yes, I'll take that. It means we're only gaining 5 production from this instead. But the thought process behind that is if I get a zone control, the extra recon will make it a lot easier for us to afford getting the extra supply from said zone control later. I don't think it's gonna end up happening, but it's worth hoping for. And we'll get you your rooftop snipers. Because so far we haven't had barrier enemies. We're probably going to get them, but giving this something with detection on it, since we have lots of invisible guys, seems like the better choice at the moment. There's our scout hideout for getting more production here. I think I'm actually going to give them the Farsight target system. Yeah, that way they reach all of this. They'll shoot less, but they have so much range that they can actually shoot. Like things that are attacking over here, for example. And we have a decent amount of local buildings, so we'll start handing out local supply to the snipers now. Unfortunately, the neutral building counts as a building for special comlink, so I'll probably be handing compact charges out to just all the snipers. As I usually do anyway. Now, the medium mortar position. There's not terrible. I don't think that's really... A lot of these positions aren't ideal. I may just wait and see if I can get a better position. Wait, why is that not a valid spot? What? Why is it saying I can't put it there? Am I crazy? What's wrong with this position? It's a flat 4 square. Oh wait, right, can only be built at height 0. Right. This is one of those, that's why. I forgot for a moment. The thing is, this does cover where most of the enemies come from. And we can give it shorter fuses to cover the rest of that. Yeah, I think that is just the best spot I can place that. Yeah, see, now it has coverage over a lot of this. I don't know if that's the best situation, but it's the best spot we're gonna get for it right now. Good joke about on Axiom. Cheaper upgrade costs actually will do good things for us, potentially. What we'll do is we'll just focus on upgrading things this turn then. Get you your boost based on adjacent buildings. I would give them detection, but these buildings already have detection. Ooh, more targets and a lot of bonuses, or do I give it just the scariest amount of range possible? Because it would then be covering, like, the map. Look at that radius. Look at how much coverage this thing has now. If only it would also pull in the minimum range more. That would be so nice. I needed to know, though. I needed to know how ridiculous that looked. And I am pleased with the results I have achieved here. Let's get you slowing shots, because you do have good coverage. I was slightly off. I thought I could cover 2 of them, but I was off by 1. What else can upgrade? You can. Give you detection so that the invisible guys don't avoid you too. And there you go. Make that small mortar actually potentially worth something. I almost forgot that that small mortar was there, if I'm honest, since it was just kind of chilling off to the side. Yes, lower building cost per battlefront. Now we have cheaper costs. We'll go ahead and get a joint operation down, because we can actually use this for more recon production if I really want to. I don't know if that's what I want to do yet, but it's something I could do. Do compact charges as well now. His slowing is actually really nice. And with the amount of rate of fire upgrades and such we've given them, they should actually be able to slow a fair few things down. Don't really want those. I have so many blueprints right now, I just need money. Lock that up. Ooh, all buildings 5% damage per battlefront. Really should have acknowledged what was on this spot before I placed it, but, well, too late. Sure, you know what? More joint operations. If I can find a place where it's legal to place this. Is there even... No, I think we're actually gonna have to use our platforms if I want to place this somewhere. Because I don't see anywhere that's a 6-tile space. So we'll use our 2 platforms to make this legal to place then. Just place it right there so it's another adjacency for the medium mortar. And we'll put our extra barricade over here. Yeah, because I had a feeling there was going to be a decent amount of them that came from that side. Not that the barricade stopped them, but it slowed them down a little bit. You know, that's something I should have spent the cheaper upgrade money on, upgrading the barricades. I'm so used to upgrading them, like, immediately that I just forgot entirely that they weren't upgraded yet. I think that's something we'll do with this phase. Upgrade all the barricades. There are flyers coming, though, aren't there? Unslowables and flyers. So I need at least 1 Puma, probably. Probably put it here, facing this way. Give it the increased range, yeah. More range. There we go. All the range. Hopefully keep the balloon population down. Except they came from the worst directions for where I put that. Because of course they would. That could have been really, really bad. Thankfully we still had it somewhat under control, but ew. Yeah, that'll work. I did that partially to get the extra money. Now we'll place those Durandals down. In fact, yeah, we'll put one of them there, even though its range is gonna stink. It'll get a bunch of fire rate bonuses and such that might be nice for it. It'll benefit from the ammo depot, and it'll get its range boosted anyway by the ammo depot, so it works out. Now we're back to being blueprint starved, though, so I need to actually focus on grabbing blueprints again. If we even survive. Second I say I need blueprints to give me this. Werewolves are nice, but we wouldn't be able to afford 2 of them. I can't afford this scout hideout. But the upgrade for them might be nice. Oh wait, yeah, I can afford the scout hideout because of the price decrease. Over here for coverage against the flyers that are invariably going to be flying in again. Because they won't be able to stop them, but there'll at least be damage that'll help against them. They do so much HQ damage. This was 100% supply amounts in other categories other than reinforcements, I'd be all about that. Like, getting 440 a turn, I'd be all in on that. But, yeah. I don't know about that. I don't really know about this set in general, but I'll take the Puma position just because those balloons are terrifying. Just have this Puma facing the other way. Because they keep coming in through here and causing issues. There we go. That should take care of that, or at least mitigate that. We still don't have a good flat 6-tile spot for the other joint operations. We'll go ahead and slap a barricade in here. Help with land assaults, since this is still one of their shortest paths. So many balloons. Balloons, tower defense all over again. No. Okay, we're fine. Everything's fine. Everything is a-okay. We can afford an Omega emitter. Not entirely sure where I'm going to want to put it. Possibly here, facing towards the HQ, so it shoots across all of this. Assuming friendly fire isn't a thing. Oh, it looks like it gets stopped by the barricade. You notice how only 1 tile's lit up? I think that doesn't work. I think it needs a clearer shot. Yeah, anything it runs into stops it. So maybe here then? Or actually no, here could work. Because they've been sending a lot of their units this way. Can't do any adjacency bonuses sitting here, but that's okay. Ooh, dual lens. Sure. Twin lasers. We're out of tech now, but that's okay. Yeah, see, they are still sending quite a few dudes this way, so that was the right call for part of the problem. Oh, hey, 20% supply production. Just unfortunately, we're still a little under-equipped in other categories. We got money for days, though. We got money for days. Yeah, get it a wing-mounted Python. Sure, get you guys a missile launcher. You guys will have the other option. There we go. I would have loved to have gotten the extra damage and range for the assault teams, but it's fine. Get you your longer barrel, extra damage. There you go. You go have fun, kid. Get that. Because at least we can, like, go through and upgrade all of our stuff a fair bit. Thanks to all of the money I'm making. Will it matter is the better question, though. Man, this doesn't look good. Yep. Around, like, 25, my shenanigans stop working. Multi-purpose defensive position. The 2 additional positions can be fitted with various weapons, making the Claymore defense very versatile. It's a multi-pulse and a frag launcher, and starts with dual barrage light machine guns. I'm interested. Lieutenant Delvin. Buildings at height 3 gain 25% damage. Starts with a werewolf. Interesting that that's the lose 10 expeditions reward. I think I'm gonna try one more time. And that'll be that for today, because we're at about 4 hours. 4 hours is a pretty solid spot. Siege Master of them does still seem like a really good choice, because of the boosted range and 5 bunkers to start with. Just starting with so many guaranteed weapons seems like a good idea, because paired with the decent economy that this group has, they can afford those bunkers every turn. It actually gives you good coverage. But I'm gonna go with what I was saying about the Iron Dragoons, in that they have built-in coverage in that their headquarters can protect itself. I should take Marshal Tander just because of the start with 100 supply production, but I'm gonna try Gertog. I like the idea of the headquarters being boosted, and him having his own special turret on top as well. Basically have the headquarters be self-sufficient a little bit. And maybe that'll make up for economy issues. I don't know if this plan will work, but I'm interested to see if it can pay off. Snag the recon in there. Go ahead and put down the Miradors. Mirrored doors, yes. $200 left. I could grab Superintendent to get a bunch of extra blueprints. Yeah, the other option would have been getting the corner strong points straight off. But since we already have the dual Durandal cannons built in, I think it'll start off okay. And we of course have the Grenadiers as well. Oh, hey, Claymore defense straight off. Give me that. I want to see that in action. We can't afford it anytime quick, but want it anyway. Not burn too much money too fast here. I say as I'm going to spend all the money because we'll be getting those dudes upgraded. Yeah, Gertog's cannon's actually doing a real good job of keeping us a little safer. Keyword to that being, though, only a little bit safer. Get a Mirador efficiency doctrine. Yeah, put that there. That'll work. Because we can hopefully link these up and cut down on the amount of directions again. I think I can just wait. I think I can just wait this turn. Yeah, because the Grenadiers take the brunt of the swarm. We just gotta remember, we don't have any repair functionality right now. So that's the one scary thing. Imperial Barracks. Okay, now we can get a Claymore defense if I can fit it somewhere. I can fit it here. And this is a fairly poorly defended angle at the moment. Unless I want to try to, like, lift it up somewhere. Using the one platform. But there's nowhere I can use just one platform and have enough. Unless I put it here, facing this way. And that does give enough coverage, so you know what? We'll do that. This way it's lifted up. Oh, right. I'm doing terrible math today, apparently. We'll just put the barracks here and pretend everything's okay. We're gonna pretend that that was all part of my cunning scheme, and I will not take any other answers. I will not be taking questions at this time. Let's get the discovery, because we need to start finding some neutral buildings so we can hopefully use them to get an economy of any kind going. Good. Extra damage against air units. Yes, that's clearly what I need right now. I'm probably going to need that. Don't get me wrong about that. I'm probably going to need that in the future, so I'm going to set up so that it's used. But it's not really what I was looking for. So the flyers are going in at the exact angle where nothing can hit them. Hooray. I swear they look for holes in your defense and, like, actually actively send their troops at your weakest angles. I have no proof of that, but it's actually a really neat idea if that's true. This thing's biggest weakness is its range isn't that... Okay, we can get extra range down here, though, which should help it. That's why I kind of wanted to lift it off the ground a bit, was to get it any range at all. On the bright side, this covers the very specific angle that those flyers were attacking from before. Yeah, let's get the bigger bulk for our base here. We are probably going to need it. Yeah, that's okay, actually. Oh, another obfuscator? Interesting. They really want me doing anti-air damage, and I'm a little scared of that. We'll save up for the corner strong points here. Is thinking about it, that would have solved the specific flyer attack angle issue from before. So we'll just go ahead and get that problem solved before it causes any new issues. And then we'll probably speed it up again. Oh hey, 2 free light mortars. Now, if only I... You would think I'd be all about the mortars, but the light mortars really just don't do it for me because their attack angle is so incredibly specific and small that it's hard to put them in positions that do anything satisfying. There we go. Get the guns on here. And now I'll turn the speed up, because I shouldn't have as much to worry about. I just need money. Keep giving me more money. That goes in every sense, really. Mirador here, just so we trigger this obfuscator. And they'll clean up a little bit here anyway. Sit on the money. I have to be, like, really picky about what I place and where and how, with how little money we're making. More Claymore defenses would be fun. I think I actually need the supply and recon. Makes me sad, but it's true. Put the barrage light machine guns on the base. See how this thing is just bristling with guns now? This is what I mean. And it still has 4 more guns you can put on it. It just becomes so incredibly self-sufficient. Except against camouflaged enemies. Like that guy that just walked in. Just walked right in like he owned the place. Gravity well, not well placed. And go more invisible, guys. Scout hideout will help with the invisible problem a little bit. Yeah, they'll still reach enough. I will just give them more dudes. The only problem with the Claymore fortification that we have here is positioning. I'm intending to bring everything around to this side, though, so I'm going to put it here. No, I can put it here. I like it there better. Because eventually this is theoretically going to get closed up. This is all, of course, hopes, dreams, and theories. So whether it ends up happening or not is a whole other animal. But I can keep getting more of them, apparently, so, you know. Maybe it's not too much of a unobtainable dream, at least. 50% more health. That would be a lot of health for the base here. We'll think about that in the future. You know what? I was waffling between these two positions, so here, we'll just put another claymore there. And we can just have a variety of weapons on these platforms. Oh yeah, the frontline trenches. Just cram a trench full of dudes. And these can get anti-air as well. So let's put the dual barrage LMG over here. Then it can get frag launchers or just another machine gun. I might give it a frag launcher. Just because the machine guns are only going to be able to do so much themselves. Yeah, they're doing great against anything that isn't invisible. You know what? Sure, give me the 2 frontline trenches, because frontline trenches are cheap. And we can close this gap, which also spawns this interior area, which is actually fantastic. Because we can put a Warwolf up here, which wreaks havoc from this position. Doesn't really need the range increase, so we'll give it easy access. And we'll give it even more rate of fire. Exactly. It ended up actually working out perfectly. I wish I could say I planned that. I didn't, but it worked out like I planned it. Sure. And the best part is this gives me a lot of terrain where I can put frontline trenches as well. We can cram one there. Actually, this side's not as good for that. If I get one more... No, even if I get one more platform, I can't align that properly. That doesn't work. I could put the other one here, but it loses some of its tiles of range. I know I'm kind of ignoring over here, but I'm also hoping to get rid of over here being a concept. And bring it all the way around. But on that note, I should probably defend over here just a little bit more, because it's going to be a while before we get that. So actually, put the frontline trench right there. That'll work out nicely. So far it's been okay. Again, just the invisible guys get through. Sure. This is the exact opposite of what I would have wanted, but I don't want to burn my recon right now. Actually, no, I should have burnt the recon there. I thought I had a second scout tower over here somewhere that I was going to upgrade. That's why I held that, and Brain just did a bad there. It is what it is. We end up in these positions all the time. And put the platform here, though, and put this claymore there. I really need more things that protect against invisibility over here, though. Not that we really have much for that. There we go. This will solve that problem. Yeah, I'm just nervous because this isn't set up as well as I would like it to be, and I don't have enough economy to be constantly mothering two separate fronts entirely. That's where I'm kind of worried. I'm very bad at splitting things like that equally. You are completely right. And at least we do have it down to just 2. Essentially, it's not 4 fronts, it's just 2 major fronts. We'll deal with the invisibility problem a bit more, though. There we go. You want the recon production from that. We'll hold on to that idea for the moment. Really just didn't get a single neutral building that gives me supply production, though, which makes me sad. Being stuck to 100 a turn, just... ah. It's permanent 5%, but for the next wave in particular, it's 25. No, I need things to be cheaper. Especially things I actually have multiple of. Yeah, I like that. This way it lends a little bit of coverage over here in case there's nothing for it to do here. The mortar... there. It's not the greatest value for it, but I mostly just want to have a cheap thing there to get me the extra health. And I don't really care about the light mortar that much. I need to start upgrading those frontline trenches soon so they're relevant. Well, more relevant anyway. It is still 3 dudes worth of gunfire. Yeah, that's what I was anticipating. These claymores are also not getting as much as they should. Just like, there's too many things to work on all at once here. There we go. The trenches are pretty good now. We do have a bunch of shielded guys, actually, so give that one a multi-pulse to control some of that a little bit. This is, of course, when they're not going to go the right way for that at all. Actually, no, most of them went where the shield breaker is, so that's actually helpful. Didn't matter because there was too many, but helped. Instinct was there, it just didn't quite pay off. And this one's loaded up. They really don't have any high-end flyers, so they're probably going to get one down here, knowing my luck. It is starting to freak out a little bit when I click on some of these buildings. Like, the fade out around the sides doesn't leave immediately anymore, which is a little strange. You have a decent amount of neutral buildings, so we'll give you that. Yeah, see, the blur around the sides just doesn't immediately leave. Just so strange. It wasn't doing that earlier. Ooh, these actually slow? I'm gonna put that on this one. They'll need that more than the one over here. No, I'm an idiot. Well, no, I'm not a complete idiot, because a chunk of them are still gonna go this way around, but this is an issue. These both have the same issue of coverage, though, where they're not covering a choke point entirely, so the slow is not gonna be as pivotal as it could be. Just keep giving me more health. Knowing that that's an option now, do I put like a trench here. I don't like it. Now. Do need more firepower around here though, so I think I'll... God damn it, finger, stop hitting the button too many times. We will add an extra gun in here though. See if that helps. I'm not sure it'll be enough, but it should weaken them a little bit. Well, it was enough. Just enough for the moment. Extra health and damage for the headquarters. I'm not spamming buildings down enough for me to be super jazzed about structural network right now. Do I even have a spot where I could fit a retribution position right now? I don't think so, but potential. Potential's pretty good. Okay, yeah, there's a couple spots I can put it. Would have actually been incredible up here. Do I sell this to put the retribution position here? No, I don't think so. The retribution position can gain enough range from upgrades, so I don't think it needs it. Not badly enough to warrant kicking that off of there after I put tech into it. We're just barely short of getting the Durandal turrets and not having to think about that anymore. We could fish for more blueprints, but we have a lot of blueprints already. There's not really a point to do that. This... Oh, extra discovery. I wouldn't mind having that. Put a Durandal here. Oh, there we go. There's some extra supply. I just completely forgot about that. Sure, have a Durandal here too, then. There we go. Well, at least we're getting 150 a turn now instead of 100. 50% increase is pretty nice. It was a little bit wasteful how I got it, but we don't need to think too hard about that. And it doesn't matter. I had a bad feeling about that wave. There probably was something I could have done about that, but there was only so much that it would have mattered at that point. I just had that sneaking feeling in the back of my brain that I was on the back foot for a lot of that. Still, we got a decent bit in, and 4.5 hours is good enough for me today. I debated doing 2 different games today, but we actually went a bit longer than I had anticipated with this because we kept actually making forward progress more than I expected to. For the first day of playing this, getting to the last difficulty is pretty good. And the last difficulty definitely expects a lot more of you. Ah, my throat gave up on me for a second there for some reason. It just would not let me finish that sentence completely cleanly. Which is a perfect sign of, yeah, I should stop. So I will just quickly find us a raid target, and we will be off to... I don't know where yet. That's part of the thing, is we have to figure out where we're going. Yeah, if you enjoy tower defense, this is definitely worth looking into. It definitely has some room to improve, but I think you could say that about all of these when they were first coming out. As far as upcoming schedule goes, we will be back on Monday with Legend of Dragoon. Tuesday is going to be an early stream because I was invited to play Repo with another group, and they only operate early on in the day. So that's going to be a whole thing. Still fencing back and forth as to whether I'll stream my angle of that or not. If I don't, keep an eye on Blue Sky, and I'll make sure to link out where I will be. Then Thursday should be a Lethal Company session, since I had promised I was going to alternate between those two to keep things fresh. Then Friday and Saturday of that week, at least one of those is going to be another Lurkit game. I won't reveal what yet because I have a couple I need to decide between. And then Saturday, you know, whichever one isn't the Lurkit game is going to just be whatever comes to mind. I may try to arrange even an extra collab on Saturday again or something. We will figure that out as we get to that point. What is he doing streaming at this point? He's already done his and been done. Huh. That's a weird one to see. Then again, everybody's schedule gets screwbally from time to time. I apologize for the delay. It just, there's a lot of people to choose from here as usual, so it takes me a minute to make decisions there. Especially when more and more people keep going live, literally as I'm trying to pick. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's not something I'll be sending y'all over for. But at least now it makes sense. Do I want to try somebody? Okay, that's not a ping I need to worry about. Y'all are gonna lose audio, but you already did because I tabbed out of the game because it doesn't have music continuing out of the game when it's tabbed out, rather. Nah. Not that one right now. They seem to be in the middle of a whole thing. I am indecisive, which makes this difficult. That's a hell of a thing to click into. No, that's a whole thing. One of these days, I will be able to just immediately pick somebody and go, yes, we're going here. Which, that does happen from time to time, just not today, apparently. Today, I'm spoiled for choice, and choice paralysis is powerful. You know what? Sure, we'll go there. Double check to make sure they're actually there currently. Okay, yeah, they're actually reasonably early on into it. That'll work. Took a hot minute to figure out, but we got there. We'll go see Chai Bells, who you have seen in here before. We had her in for a Lethal Company lobby, and it appears to be some matter of birthday subathon that they're doing now. So that seems like a perfect choice, all things considered. So, to finish my thoughts in general here, game's solid. If you're interested in that type of game, look into it. And other than that, thank you all for taking the time to be here today. Chai, I know for a fact, is good people, so be good to her, and I will see you all hopefully tomorrow. Oh, no, not tomorrow. Tomorrow's Sunday. Hopefully Monday, because it'll be regular time, Legend of Dragoon, trying to finish that game. Yeah, I'm gonna stop rambling now. Have a good one, everybody.